Chapter 366. The three of them fell silent. They did not know what to say. As the ancient god of creation of this world, he had indeed done his best. Shen Jing had said before that they were the remnants of a turbid consciousness. One day they would disappear. And now it was time for him to disappear. Shening, is there no way for him to reload? Lomoon could not help but ask. Shening did not speak. But the god fiend shook his head. There's no need. I'm just tired. It's time to rest. What other wishes do you have? Shening asked. He smiled. After a while he said, Boss, if possible, can you forgive Shorty? She's different from me. She's the spirit of the river of forgetfulness. As long as the river of forgetfulness exists, she will not disappear. I forced her to do what she did the last time. Out of the three of us, she's the only one left. If you ignore her, she'll be too lonely. All right. He smiled even more happily. The smile on his lips did not disappear. Thank you, boss. With that, his body completely disappeared in front of the three of them. He turned into thousands of sparkles and scattered. They were like the light spots of the 3,000 worlds around them. Shen Ying's eyes darkened. She could not help but reach out her hand. Immediately, the surrounding light spots gathered in her palm. In a short while, they formed a ball of light and landed on her hand. The next moment the air twisted. Mengpa suddenly appeared in the divine realm. She had rushed over and was still panting. As if she had already sensed something, she looked at the three of them in a daze. Sect Master He. Shening handed the ball of light over. Send him on his last journey. Mengpa was stunned. She looked at the soul in Shen Ying's hand. After a while, she received it with trembling hands. She held it carefully with both hands. After a while she said, All right. Although she knew that this day would come sooner or later, she did not expect it to be so soon. Among the three of them, he was the one who wanted to find a manager the most. She turned and was about to return to the underworld when Shening suddenly said, Oh yes, after sending him off, go back to Invincible Sect. Roasted chicken gal misses you. She stiffened. Her eyes were faintly wet. After a while she nodded. Yes. Then she disappeared from the divine realm. The three of them looked in the direction that Shorty disappeared in. Shening. Only then did Lomoon ask. That soul is. The three ancient gods were remnants of turbid consciousnesses. By right, they could not be reincarnated. If they disappeared, they would disappear forever. I used the last of his aura to transform his soul, Shening explained. Lomoon nodded and sighed. Ever since the birth of the demon god, he had been working hard for this plane. Now that he could finally rest, and have the chance to reincarnate as an ordinary person, that was probably what he wanted. He once again looked in the direction where Mengpa had disappeared. However, even if she had reincarnated, the god fiend was no longer the same god fiend. Hong Meng's speed was very fast, perhaps because he could return to the dimension. In less than an hour, he returned from the small world with an excited look on his face. His hands were still carefully holding Wang Zichuan. As manager, we're done. The way he looked at Shening had long lost the bone-deep hatred in his eyes. It was filled with reverence and excitement. Oh, Shening nodded. What should we do next? Shening thought about it, but did not answer. Lomoon answered. Let's wake the people on the ground first. With that said, he pointed to the 11 people on the ground who had not woken up, and gave I Ching a look. I Ching nodded. The two of them walked towards those people, one on the left and one on the right. Hong Meng was stunned. Only then did he remember that those people on the ground were his own people. He hurried over to help. Yes. Those people were beaten by Shening. Naturally, their injuries were more serious. But Lomoon and I Ching were assistants after all. What's more, they were in this plane. They helped to regulate their breathing. Those people finally woke up. It was just that they might not be able to use sorcery for a year and a half. Lomoon saw that most of them had woken up. Hong Meng also explained to them one by one. Then, he nudged a certain person who was chewing on her fruit. You can begin. Oh. Shening then stood up lazily. How troublesome. She directly brought up a light screen and operated it. Instantly, an array formation appeared on the ground. Shening gestured for Hong Meng to stand on it. In the next moment, a data frame popped up beside her. It was filled with the other party's data. Shenning looked through it carefully. Then she nodded. It's done. She located the other party's original plane position. Then, she raised her hand and drew a line in the air. Immediately, a plain passage appeared in front of everyone. But different from the previous white passage, this plain passage was black. There were also waves of unfamiliar aura coming from it. Let's go. Shenning waved her hand and walked in first. Everyone was delighted. Without thinking much, they hurried to follow her. Loman's heart tightened. For some reason he had a bad premonition. Reflexively, he set up a few layers of defense arrays for himself. Then he walked in. Everyone felt their eyes darken. In the next moment, they were in a dark and empty place. There was nothing around them, including the ground. The few of them were not prepared. The sudden weightlessness caused them to crash into a pile. Their injuries that had just healed split open again. From time to time, they let out a series of cries of pain. More importantly, there was a lot of turbulence in the void. It directly surged towards them. When the few of them wanted to defend themselves, they were held back by their companions beside them. They could not even stand up. The scene was instantly chaotic. It was as embarrassing as one could imagine, except for Shen Ying, and her disciple who came in first, and Lone Moon who was the last. Ah, I forgot that your plane has already turned into nothingness. Shen Ying, who was not at all affected by the turbulence, scratched her head innocently. Lone Moon, who had set up a defense array in advance, pursed his lips. Indeed, after being tricked so many times, he gained experience. He turned to look at the pile of people on the ground. His eyes darkened, but he still did not say anything. Shenning was obviously doing this on purpose. That god fiend was unwilling to tell the truth even until his death. He probably did not intend to tell them at all. They could only respect his wishes. But he was still angry. No, it was our inconsiderate thinking. Hong Meng did not think much about it. After some effort, the few of them who had fallen into a pile separated. They all took out their defensive Dharma artifacts to block the turbulence from all directions. Oh, then I'm going. Shenning turned and handed the box containing the small world to Father Niu. She took 2 steps forward and took a deep breath. Then she punched downwards. The few of them heard a cracking sound. A white crack appeared in the originally pitch-black land of nothingness. It was as if the void had been smashed into pieces. The crack was very small. It was only about a meter wide. But it was especially obvious. Shenning dusted her hands and stood up. Then she stepped onto the crack. Everyone could only hear a series of crisp cracking sounds. With every step she took, the crack became even wider. It was like a long wriggling snake, following her feet, and extending into the distance. The surroundings of the crack also extended in all directions like a spider web. The originally empty land was like a curtain being pulled back. There was an earth-shattering change. In the originally chaotic land, clear chi began to rise and turbid chi began to sink. Substance slowly appeared under everyone's feet. Heaven and earth began to form. Chapter 367. Everyone fell silent, looking at this unbelievable scene in front of them. Even Lone Moon and I Ching were stunned. Although they already knew that Shenning was a cheat, they were still shocked to see her actually splitting open the void and splitting open the sky and earth. This was different from splitting open a small world. This was an entire plane. He suddenly recalled that when Shen Jing objected to her taking over the plane, she said that she completely had the ability to open a new plane. Now it seemed that it was indeed true. Was this the manager who surpassed the existence of the plane? For a moment, everyone was immersed in boundless shock. Until, so hungry, Shenning suddenly stopped and turned to look at the few people behind her. Father Niu, why don't I have a midnight snack first? Get lost. The corner of Loman's mouth twitched. Instantly his excited and shocked expression burst like a bubble. You freaking just walked 50 meters. I Ching, Hong Meng, everyone. She was indeed that foodie. Shenning walked for a whole 8 hours before she completely split open the heaven and earth. Halfway through, she once requested to go on strike for more food. Fortunately, Chef had stock in his storage bag and kept serving tea and fruits beside her. Only then did a certain lazy person persist. It was clearly a shocking feat of splitting open the plane, but it made her feel like she was running a marathon. Now that the entire plane was basically formed, she no longer needed to continue walking along that opening crack. That crack would continue to spread and separate the heaven and earth until the new plane was completely formed. She also completely merged that broken small world with this plane. After all, the living beings in that small world originally belonged to this plane. As for that purple spring, Hongmeng also chose to let it merge into the plane. In this way, the living beings of the plane could reproduce and live no matter where they were. One day, the living beings of the plane that were originally swallowed by the void could all return here. Hongmeng looked at the reborn plane in front of her, full of excitement. After returning here, the feeling of being pulled in her body completely disappeared. Her heart that had always been wandering suddenly had a sense of belonging. Even if there was nothing here now, just a bare world, but this was their home. Thank you. Hongmeng's eyes were filled with tears. He turned towards Shen Ying and bowed down. Thank you, manager of the alternate world. The others followed suit and knelt down, their eyes filled with the same excitement. Oh, Shen Ying waved her hand. It's nothing. You should be thanking me. Everyone. He really wasn't polite at all. Straight face, Lone Moon coughed and stepped forward. Your plane has just been reborn. Apart from a barren land, there is nothing else. They were immortals, but the immortal chi of this world had yet to be born. If you want to restore the plane to its former state, you'll have to rely on yourselves. We won't interfere. Yes, we know. Hongmeng nodded excitedly. Never in their wildest dreams did they imagine that they could return to this place. This was already very good. Also, the world of the outer realm has already merged with this plane. Lone Moon frowned and continued to explain. Although they originally belonged to this plane, they were after all too deeply affected by the previous invaders. What's more, the plane has changed, and the immortal chi has suddenly disappeared. They will probably cause some trouble. You have to be prepared. Hongmeng's expression darkened. He nodded. Those people had always lived in the outer realm, and did not know that the plane had changed. Thank you for the reminder, fellow Taoist Lone Moon. We'll remember it. Lone Moon turned to look at the barren surroundings. After all, this was their plane. Helping them rebuild it was considered repaying their previous favor. It was not convenient for them to interfere with other matters. Now that we've returned the plane to you, we'll go back first. Hongmeng was stunned. The corner of his mouth moved. He exchanged a look with the others, as if he did not know what to say. His eyes were no longer as gloomy as before. Other than sincere gratitude towards them, his eyes were filled with anticipation for the new plane. It was so bright that it was dazzling. Finally, the few of them bowed deeply towards them again. Thank you, the three of you, for the grace of rebirth. Lone Moon sighed. He did not stay any longer, and directly returned to Invincible Sect with Shen Ying and Chef. When they arrived, they realized that the sky was already bright. They had been very busy these few days. Shen Ying directly fell asleep on the bed. The sound of her snoring could even be heard outside the house. Chef was afraid that they would disturb and wake Shen Ying up. He directly meditated outside the house, thinking of a certain someone's bad temper when she woke up. Lone Moon did not try to persuade her. He directly turned to find Yu Hong. Previously, it was about Little Black. Now it was about the plane. They had been busy nonstop. Now they finally had time to re-understand the situation of Invincible Sect. After all, they had left for 3,000 years. In addition, it was Lan Hua, that child of wealth, who was in charge. It was time to check the accounts. He turned and flew in the direction of the main hall. He vaguely felt as if he had forgotten something, but could not recall it at the moment. Forget it, it was not important. At this time in the divine realm, a certain radish finally woke up, looking at the empty starry sky. Motherf asterisk her. Ever since Hongmeng and the others left, the entire plane had completely stabilized. The plane alarm had not sounded for a long time. Shen Ying finally lived a blissful life of idling and waiting. Apart from occasionally being arranged by Father Nyo to water the radish, there were no other tasks. Radish was only brought back from the divine realm after Lone Moon checked the accounts. These years, the output of immortal herbs in the sect was far from the expected requirements. It was obvious that a certain plant was slow in production. But what was gratifying was that the financial situation of the sect was not as serious as Lone Moon imagined. According to the character of a certain child of wealth, 3,000 years had passed. It was already very good that the sect was not so poor that it pawned the heavenly palace. He did not expect the situation to be the opposite. Not only did the sect's income not decrease, but there was even a small increase year by year. It was practically a miracle. Boss Lan, what did you do? He could not help but ask. Lan Hua was stunned. He directly rolled his eyes. How would I know? Aren't the matters of the sect handled by Yu Hong, and the rest these years? Then you. I paid the rent. Lan Hua immediately raised his claws. His expression said, don't try to accuse me. If you don't believe me, ask Yu Hong. Lone Moon. Speaking of which, did he misunderstand something? All these years he had always been a tenant in the sect, and the kind that needed to work for free. Did you forget that you also have the cultivation of a demon king? Lone Moon silently closed the account book. He decided to continue this beautiful misunderstanding. From next month onwards, the rent will be increased. Lan Hua. Is he even human? Lone Moon walked out of the main hall in a good mood. He had to say that Yu Hong did well. His teaching for so many years was not in vain. Although none of the disciples in the sect had become sword cultivators, but they could be considered to have received all his teachings. For all, he decided to give Yu Hong a big red packet. After all, she was going to marry Little Black soon. The gift money must not be small. Chapter 368. Yu Hong and Xiao He were about to get married. After the incident with Hong Meng, both of them realized their feelings for each other. Hence, Yu Hong relented and agreed to Xiao He's request. After confirming with both parties, Lone Moon decided to hold a dual cultivation ceremony for the two of them. When the news of their marriage spread out, people from all over the 10 Directions continent came to congratulate them. He didn't know if it was because the immortals and demons had been living in harmony for thousands of years, or if Black had been too high profile in his pursuit. Not only did it not cause any trouble, but many people also had a look on their faces. The two of them finally stopped messing around with each other. It could be said that they were celebrating together. Of course, except for the 10 Skyfiends of the demon realm. Originally, they should have been the happiest when their demon king was no longer single. After all, they were the ones who had witnessed Xiao He's many years of heartbreaking pursuit. But they didn't expect that when Little Black took off his clothes, he took off his clothes as well. As soon as Yu Hong relented, he immediately left the people of the devil world behind, washed himself clean, and planned to marry her. Furthermore, he refused to return to the position of demon king, because there was a new demon king in the demon world. He was a man with a family now. How could he let work affect their relationship as a couple? He even added, "You devils without Tao companions don't understand." The 10 Skyfiends vaguely felt that they had been stabbed with a knife. No matter how they tried to persuade them, they could not persuade them to go back. Seeing that the demons were without a leader, they had no choice but to seek help from Invincible Sect. It's none of my business. Lan Hua looked at the 10 Skyfiends that ran in front of him. Why should I become a demon king? Among the demons, you are the only one with the cultivation of a demon king. The 10 Directions Skyfiends wailed. Weren't they at their wits' end? I'm not going. Lan Hua directly refused. He had just paid a year's rent before the price hike, and he hadn't even finished living there. Besides, now that Good Heart and the others had returned, he didn't even need to worry about the sect anymore. He didn't want to live such a good life. Why did he come to the devil realm to pick up the mess? Isn't it good to go to the back palace every day to get a free meal? The 10 sky demons were on the verge of tears. It was clearly the position of the strongest supreme being in the demon world. Why did they despise it so much when it came to them? Seeing that Lan Hua had made up his mind, no amount of persuasion worked. The few of them had no choice but to shamelessly beg Lone Moon. In any case, they don't care. You married one of our demon kings, so you have to return one to them. Lone Moon was not angry. Instead, he kindly pointed out a path for the Skyfiends. If they could not find Little Black, the former demon king, they could look for the former demon king. For example, a certain tracheitis with the surname Jean. As he spoke, he silently took out a map. Of course, it was the kind that required money. After emptying all the immortal stones in their pockets, the Sky Fiends left with the map in their hands doubtfully. Invincible Sect finally welcomed the day of Yu Hong and Little Black's dual cultivation ceremony. Perhaps it was because Yu Hong had managed the sect too well in recent years. All the 10 directions continent's heavenly emperors were present. Moreover, all of them came to congratulate him with sincerity and even prepared lavish gifts. However, when they entered the main hall and saw a certain officiator leisurely nibbling on a fruit, they stumbled and almost fell to the ground. The 9 of them instantly blocked the entrance, unable to advance or retreat. Hi, goddess. Is identical to, were they seeing things? When did she come back? Why didn't they know anything about it? Hallucination. This must be a hallucination. Hey! Shining waved the fruit in her hand and greeted the crowd. Long time no see. Everyone trembled and looked at the person in front. Celestial Emperor I Ching behind her, and Lone Moon, who was looking at some list at the side. Only then did they realize that it was true. The Invincible Sect Master, that living ancestor, had returned. So scary. Suddenly, they felt pain all over their bodies. Hi, goddess. After all, they were all celestial emperors. They were stunned for a few seconds before they stepped forward and cupped their fists in greeting. Then, they smiled stiffly at the other 2 to greet them. Emperors, please don't stand on ceremony. Lone Moon kept the list in his hand and smiled as he stepped forward to greet them. We haven't seen each other for many years. You look as good as ever. Today is a joyous day for our sect. There's no need to bow. Everyone, please take a seat. As he spoke, he led everyone to sit down in the hall. His smile was like a spring breeze. He was so enthusiastic that the few of them forgot about the fear of a certain someone above them. Unconsciously, everyone sat down. The shock they felt when they saw Shunning also eased a little. Looking at the exceptionally enthusiastic Lone Moon in front of them, they did not know why, but they felt as if something was about to go missing. Shunning, on the other hand, continued to eat her fruit after greeting them. Her gaze swept across the 9 celestial emperors who were seated. To them, 3,000 years had passed. But to her, it had only been a few months. She still remembered these people. For example, the one on the right. Hey, little bird. She tilted her head and looked at Wu Hong. Bird is here. You've put on weight. Wu Hong was just about to stand up when his legs gave way, and he fell from his chair. He looked like he was about to cry. Exalted goddess, I really can't eat this. He had to lose weight when he got back. Immediately. She did not want to eat it. Seeing that he looked like he could not stand up, Shunning kindly looked away and turned to Biao Ting. Spoon is here. You smell so good today. Did you bring a perfume pouch? Clang. Before she could finish speaking, another person fell to the ground. Exalted goddess. My skin is rough. I don't taste good at all. Shining, who just wanted to catch up. My friends all seem to be calcium deficient. Master. I made some pastries yesterday. If you're hungry, you can fill your stomach first. I Ching immediately placed a few plates of pastries on the side table. Indeed, he successfully attracted Shun Ying's attention. She gave up on catching up and focused on eating the pastries. Little Bird and Little Biao heaved a sigh of relief. Their eyes lit up, and they looked at I Ching gratefully. So Celestial Emperor I Ching was such a good person. I Ching, who was used to feeding them. The Dao partners who held the dual cultivation ceremony were different from the couples in the mortal world. In the immortal world, dual cultivation required a life and death contract. But compared to the marriage in the mortal world, it was obviously much simpler. All they had to do was escort the bride, thank the master, and form the contract. Because Little Black was going to marry into the Celestial Emperor, Yu Hong went to the demon world early in the morning to escort the bride. Because there were many immortals from all the continents, the scene was very lively. Shining and the others did not wait long in the main hall. In less than 2 plates of pastries, Little Black and Yu Hong came in. The 2 did not dress as complicated as they did on television. They were just dressed in red Dharma robes. They bowed to Shining and called her sect master. From now on, Little Black was a member of Invincible Sect. Next, they just had to go to the deed signing stage together and form the life and death contract. The deed signing stage was set up by the disciples of the sect a few days ago. As the eldest senior sister, Yu Hong was naturally loved and respected by all the disciples. The deed signing stage was very beautiful. It was surrounded by layers of fresh flowers. They were all rare immortal herbs. In the middle of the flowers, there were a few particularly eye-catching dandelions. One look and they knew who did it. But when the people of Invincible Sect saw it, their mouths twitched. Go. Lone Moon stepped aside and looked at the deed signing stage in front. The two of them nodded and flew up. They looked at each other and smiled at each other. Under everyone's witness, they clasped their hands and began to form a seal. The deed signing array under their feet lit up. Flowers rained down from the sky. A red contract seal appeared on their clasped hands. The contract seal was divided into two halves. Together, they formed a heart lotus. They wanted to be of one heart forever, to live and die together. The seal on their palms became more and more complete. When the last stroke was completed, the contract seal was complete. Little Black was excited. He did not want to let go of Yu Hong's hand. Madam, he was about to say something when he felt the ground beneath him shake. His expression changed. Be careful. He reflexively hugged Yu Hong and rolled on the ground. The next moment, there was a loud rumble. The originally beautiful deed signing stage directly collapsed. The layers of celestial flowers on it withered in an instant. A gloomy aura shot up into the sky. The 9 heavens, which were usually clear and sunny all year round, instantly turned gloomy. Chapter 369. Everyone stared blankly at the dark aura that didn't dissipate. They were a little dazed. That aura didn't seem like demonic chi, nor did it seem like yin chi. It clearly looked gray, but it carried a dry heat, causing the surrounding air to feel like it was burning. Even the dense immortal chi showed signs of being pushed back. What is this? Grievous energy. Lone Moon's expression darkened. He took a step forward. Only grievous energy could have such a contradictory aura. But grievous energy had always appeared in the souls of the underworld. Why would it suddenly appear in the immortal world? Just as he was thinking about it, the soaring grievous energy suddenly condensed into a ball. It turned and flew down at an extremely fast speed. Everywhere it passed, flowers withered and palaces were destroyed. It rushed straight in the direction of the main hall, where Shining was. Master! I Ching was shocked. He immediately summoned an immortal sword, and was about to attack. Shining was one step ahead of him. She reached out and grabbed that ball of gray chi. Instantly they heard a shrill scream. It was extremely sharp and piercing, with a hint of madness. That ball of chi began to writhe in Xinying's hand, but it could not break free. So the scream became even more piercing. Even the celestial emperors could not help but take a few steps back. Their expressions darkened. This sound seemed to be able to attack primordial spirits. Xinying tilted her head and looked at Chef beside her. She asked seriously, "Can it be eaten?" I Ching stiffened and shook his head hard. No. Oh. Disappointment. I Ching hurriedly conjured a seal. Immediately, a seal flew out and formed a golden chain that locked that ball of chi in it. Xinying then released her hand. But even so, the grievous energy did not stop. It kept attacking the surrounding seal. Xinying, Chef. Lone Moon flew over and glanced at them. Seeing that they were fine, he heaved a sigh of relief. He turned to look at that ball of aura. It really was grievous energy. It was so thick. What did it suffer when it was alive? It actually broke through the realm gate and came to the immortal world. He subconsciously released his divine perception and was shocked. There's a soul in this grievous energy. With so much grievous energy, it was a miracle that his soul was not devoured. He frowned again and glanced at Chef. Bring him back first. Then, he turned his head to look at the gloomy sky. He raised his hand and performed a wind spell, blowing away the hot air in the surroundings. Only then did the heavenly palace regain its clarity. Fortunately, Blackie and Yu Hong had already completed the deed. He was about to turn around and invite the immortals back to the main hall. Everyone, Sect Master. Before he could finish, Seize suddenly exclaimed. seen your sister Yu Hong and the others have disappeared." "What?" Lone Moon was shocked. He turned to look at the deed signing stage, only to see that it was indeed empty. Little Black and Yu Hong were gone. Invincible Sect Rear Hall. "I've searched the entire Heavenly Palace, but I couldn't find any trace of Little Black and Yu Hong." Lone Moon turned to look at Chef beside him. "The Devil Palace doesn't have it either." I Ching shook his head. Both of their expressions darkened. Yu Hong and Little Black seemed to have disappeared into thin air. There was no aura left at all. Lone Moon frowned and looked at the ball of grievous energy floating in the air. "Shening, you've been staring at it for so long. Did you find anything?" "Huh." Shening paused in the act of biting a fruit. She tilted her head and said, It's a little hot." "Hot? You've been here for so long, and you've only taken its temperature? Forget it. It looks like we can only ask this ball of grievous energy if we want to know where the two of them are." As he spoke, he conjured a seal and set up a defensive array around them. "Chef, open its seal." I Ching nodded. With a turn of his hand, the golden talisman surrounding the ball of grievous energy disappeared. The ball of grievous energy immediately expanded and spread in all directions. A humanoid figure appeared in the middle of it. The other party's soul was indeed there. "Who exactly are you?" Lone Moon asked in a low voice. The grievous energy did not answer. Instead, it let out a shrill cry that pierced the ears. It even rushed towards the two of them in a frenzy. However, it was blocked by the immortal chi around them and could not advance an inch. The grievous energy on its body is too strong. Its consciousness has already been devoured, I Ching said. Even if there's still a soul inside, it won't understand what you're asking. Lone Moon frowned. He looked at the gray figure that was rushing towards the two of them. Suddenly he thought of something. He turned to I Ching and said, "Chef, go to Qingyu and find little Shorty." I Ching was stunned. Immediately he understood what he meant. He turned and flew to the right. In a short while, he returned with little Shorty. She was Mengpa, who was in charge of the River of Forgetfulness. She knew the most about souls. "Little Shorty, do you have a way to get rid of this grievous energy and let this soul regain its consciousness?" Lone Moon pointed at the ball of grievous energy. "Yes, I do." Little Shorty nodded. However, the grievous energy was born from his soul. Even if it disappears temporarily, as long as the grievous energy is not dispelled, it will still be born. "I understand that. Finding Little Black and Yu Hong was more important. Get rid of it first." "All right." She nodded and took a step forward. She reached out and grabbed the ball of grievous energy. In an instant, a gentle golden light appeared in her hand. The moment the light appeared, the grievous energy around the gray figure dissipated like snow. Not long after, the resentment in the surroundings disappeared completely, and a figure appeared in the center. It was a person wearing a green robe, and he looked to be less than 20 years old. He had a delicate face, and he had a scholarly air about him. He did not look aggressive at all. The man opened his eyes. They still looked a little lost. His gaze shifted to little Shorty, who was still glowing with golden light in her hand. Instantly his face paled. His eyes bulged and he screamed, "Ghost!" He let out a cry of fear, and with lightning speed, he ducked under the table and shivered, leaving only half of his buttocks outside. I Ching. Lone Moon. Mengpa. What a lunatic. Who's the ghost here? Is he here to be funny? Even Shening, who was munching on her fruit, was knocked by the ghost that had suddenly crawled under her table. The fruit in her hand fell to the ground with a grunt. She frowned and bent down to pick up the ball from under the table. She tossed it onto the table and picked up the fruit on the ground. Huh. The male ghost paused. He looked at the person in front of him, who was wiping the fruit off her body, and was about to take a bite. "Miss." Only then did he realize that ghosts did not need to eat. "So, you're not a ghost?" "Of course we're not." Lone Moon frowned. He snatched the fruit from Shen Ying's hand and glared at her. "Change another one." She did not even know how to wash it. How lazy was she? She threw the fruit back to I Ching and continued to look at the male ghost. "You're the ghost." "What? That's impossible." "I'm clearly." The ghost was shocked. He subconsciously looked down at his own body. In the next moment, He let out an even louder scream. Ah! He seemed to have received a huge shock. His eyes rolled back, and his body swayed a few times. He looked like he was going to faint the next moment. He was a soul after all. There was no way he could faint. He could only scream as he floated around the rear hall like a spinning top. Fine, he's still a coward. Chapter 370. 5 minutes later. Am I dead? The ghost finally stopped screaming. He lay on the ground with a defeated look, accepting the fact that he was a ghost. Tell me, who exactly are you? Lone Moon stepped forward and scanned him from head to toe. Why did you come to the immortal realm? And where did little black Yin Yuhong go? What? The man's eyes widened. He was even more shocked than Lone Moon. This is the immortal realm. You're immortals. He quickly looked around, as if only just realizing the immortal chi around him. His eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that I ascended to heaven after I died? His eyes lit up, full of excitement and agitation. He did not look fake at all. Lone Moon frowned even deeper. He exchanged a look with I Ching. What was going on? This situation was not right. You don't know how you came to the immortal realm? The male ghost was stunned. He looked at them, no longer terrified. Instead, there was some respect in his eyes. Didn't immortals bring me up? Am I going to become an immortal in the future? The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He had a lot to think about. Then why do you have so much resentment in your body? Resentment? He looked confused, as if he did not know what Lone Moon was talking about. After a while, he cupped his fists and said, This exalted immortal. I really do not know what you're talking about. Well, what happened to me? Amnesia? It couldn't be. Lone Moon's expression darkened. I Ching stepped forward and asked, Do you remember how you died? He stared blankly for a moment. Then his expression turned ugly. He seemed to be desperately trying to remember something. Even the resentment in his body seemed to be coming back. After a while he murmured, I don't know. Am I really dead? What was going on? Was he really a ghost with amnesia? But where did the resentment come from? What else do you remember? The man scratched his head. After a while he said in a low voice, I only remember. My name is Song Run. I'm from Qinghe province. I've been studying hard for 10 years. I'm preparing to enter the capital next year to take the exam. You're not a cultivator. What's a cultivator? He looked confused. He really was a scholar. Well, looks like I won't be able to get anything out of him. However, he was just a mortal who had never cultivated before. How could he have such overwhelming resentment? He even crossed the realm gate directly to the immortal world. Most importantly, this ghost didn't even know how he died. How were they supposed to find out where Yu Hong and the others were? Sect Master Elders. Just as they were thinking about this, Siyu suddenly rushed in, looking anxious. What's wrong? Asked Lone Moon. Yesterday, Elder, you asked me to guard the deed-signing platform. Today there really was an accident. She frowned, as if she didn't know how to explain. There. Elder, you'll know once you follow me there. Lone Moon and I Ching exchanged a look. Pointing at the male ghost, he said, Shorty, look after this ghost. We'll be back soon. With that said, he turned and was about to leave when he paused and added, And look after Shining. He had already lost 2 ghosts. He did not want to add another 3. Yes, Elder. Shorty's eyes lit up, and he nodded vigorously, as if he had just won a prize. Lone Moon then walked out with I Ching. Mengpu immediately moved in front of Shining, her eyes shining. She looked like she was presenting a treasure to Shining. Sect Master, I've grown something especially delicious these few days. Since Elder Chef is not around, would you like to try it? As she spoke, she turned and took out a watermelon-sized sweet potato from her storage bag. Shining. Could he fire her again? The deed-signing platform was not far from the rear hall. Lone Moon and I Ching arrived in no time. The grievous chi that filled the sky earlier had now completely dissipated. All that was left in the air was a messy platform. But now there was another accident. Where the deed-signing platform used to be, immortal chi was surging. Large amounts of immortal chi were gathering there, spiraling towards the center. It looked like it was about to solidify. Immortal Ascension platform? Lone Moon paused, then immediately denied his own guess. No, that's not right. The immortal ascension platform only appeared when cultivators from the lower realm ascended to the upper realm. And its location was random. It could appear anywhere in the 10 continents, but it would never appear in the heavenly palace. The immortal chi here was too thick. It would affect the formation of the immortal ascension platform. He took a closer look, then turned to I Ching and said, "Chef, don't you think that the direction in which the immortal chi is moving? It's the complete opposite of the immortal ascension platform," I Ching said. The two of them were shocked. Lone Moon immediately turned to the person behind him and said, "See you. Inform the disciples in the sect not to let anyone near here." Then he turned to I Ching and said, "Seal off this area. I'll go to the right." I Ching nodded and flew to the other side. The two of them conjured a seal and set up an array. Instantly, a wall of light lit up in both directions, forming a translucent circle. It directly surrounded the area where the immortal chi was gathering. After a while, the crazy gathering of immortal chi began to slow down. Lone Moon frowned. Indeed, that was the case. The immortal ascension platform was formed by the gathering of immortal chi. But most of the immortal chi came from the tribulation lightning of the cultivators from the lower realm. So it was actually the immortal chi of the lower realm that broke through the realm gate. But the immortal chi here was the complete opposite. Instead, it was the immortal chi of the heavenly palace that was surging towards the center. He and I Ching sealed off this area completely. Only then did the immortal chi stop. The two of them exchanged a look and flew in. The strange thing was that the immortal chi inside was exceptionally thin. Moreover, it seemed to be decreasing. The two of them followed the direction in which the immortal chi was flowing. Only then did they realize that in the center, there was a crack the width of a finger. The crack was not big. If one did not look closely, they would not have noticed it. But the immortal chi in the surroundings was surging towards it. The realm gate. Lone Moon was shocked. This crack was obviously connected to the lower realm. That coward broke through the realm gate using grievous chi. But the realm gate should have closed immediately after he came up. Why was this one still here? It seemed like the immortal chi was gathering here. It probably flowed into the lower realm. He used his divine perception to scan the area. Indeed, there was a trace of burning grievous chi in the crack. No wonder the realm gate had not closed. Luckily, he and Chef had sealed it. Otherwise, all the immortal chi in the heavenly palace would have been sucked in. It seemed like little Black and Yu Hong had fallen into the lower realm. "Chef, can you sense which small world this crack leads to?" I Ching sensed it and shook his head. "No. Too much immortal chi went in just now. This realm gate is already unstable. I can't be sure at all." Lone Moon's expression darkened. He waved his hand and conjured a seal, dispersing the grievous chi in the crack. Indeed, in the next moment, the small realm gate closed automatically. Let's go back and find Shining." They could not tell. But how could they not find out about the cheat? Chapter 371. In the rear hall. So troublesome. A certain Ning expressed that she did not want to work. "Troublesome my ass. Hurry up." Lone Moon did not give her time to continue being lazy. He turned to Mengpa beside him. "Little shorty, bring this coward to samsara first." With that said, he picked up Shining and returned to the starry sky of the divine realm. Shining then opened a light screen lazily and began to search. In a short while, the stars in the sky enlarged in front of her eyes. A small world flew out from the center. This is the small world that the crack on the deed signing stage connects to? Lone Moon stepped forward and looked carefully at the ball of light. He saw that the ball was full of green, and there was only a trace of white chi around it. He frowned. Why is it a Dharma-ending world? In a small world like this, the spirit power was usually very thin. There were even fewer mortals with spirit roots. That was why it was very difficult to cultivate to become an immortal. There might not even be one in a billion years. Some of them even had their legacies cut off. There were no cultivators at all. The ghost that was full of grievance just now actually came from a small world like this. That surprised him. "Forget it. Chef, you guys go and bring Yu Hong and Little Black back." That couple had fallen into a small world like this for a few days and still had not returned. Something must have happened to them. I Ching nodded. "Come back early." Shenning also patted his shoulder. Turning around, she said, I haven't watered radish today. Just as she was about to slip away, she was pulled back by a certain old father. Stop! Lone Moon directly pushed her towards I Ching. You go too. Huh? What huh? Chef's injuries have just recovered. You don't need to worry about going alone? Shenning looked at I Ching, and then at Father Niao. Nodding seriously, she said, I trust Chef. Get lost. You're just freaking lazy, aren't you? Father Niao, can I not go? So troublesome. The dual cultivation ceremony just ended. The sect's matters are piling up. Yu Hong is not in the sect now. He turned his head and glanced at her. Why don't you stay and help her deliver the immortal artifacts to the Qingzhe continent? Or go to the Cloud Sea continent to look for spirit beasts? Or go to the various countries in the Bo Sea to set up arrays? Shenning stiffened. She turned around and grabbed Chef's hand. Little Red and Little Black are too worrisome. There are so many kidnappers nowadays. As the sect master, I have to get them back. Let's go, Chef. With that, she pulled I Ching and prepared to turn around. Wait. Father Niao, don't stop me. I am a sect leader with principles. For all. Do you have any shame? The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He threw a bag over. I'm not trying to stop you. Take the spirit stones with you. Don't say I'm not paying for your travel expenses. Spirit stones. Omega, find him and come back quickly. Don't delay. Yes, Father Niao, no problem, Father Niao. What should he do if he became even more worried? Was it too late to take back the spirit stones? In the blink of an eye, the master and disciple arrived at that small world. Just as Lone Moon said, the spirit chi in this small world was indeed thin. The aura in the air was mixed and full of secular chi. Even I Ching was not used to it. He frowned. They looked around. In order not to cause any unnecessary trouble, they appeared in a dense forest. Master, please wait for a moment. I'll look for Yu Hong and the rest's aura. I Ching handed a fruit to Shenning out of habit. Then, he conjured a seal with both hands, and cast a detection spell. A burst of immortal chi exploded from his body, and swept across the entire small world. In less than half a fruit's time, he opened his eyes. He frowned and turned to look at Shenning. Master, I sense the aura of demonic chi thousands of miles to the north of here. I think it should be Little Black. Shenning narrowed her eyes. Where is the north? Chef pointed to the right. This way. Just as he was about to fly on his sword, Shenning suddenly turned to the left. Then let's go this way. I Ching was stunned. Aren't we going to bring them back? Chef. Shenning turned and patted his shoulder. Do you think they'll be all right? I Ching was stunned. Although he did not understand why she asked that, he still answered honestly. With Yu Hong and Little Black's cultivation, they'll be fine if they just fall into the lower realm. Then why do you think they didn't go back? I Ching was stunned. They're on their honeymoon. It's not good for us to go now. They had to wait for at least a month. They had to use up all their spirit stones before going. What is honeymoon? I Ching still did not understand. Honeymoon is. Shenning tilted her head and thought for a moment before explaining. It's reasonable and legal. It means dual cultivation day and night. I Ching was stunned. Suddenly, he seemed to understand something. His face turned red, and he looked like he was about to emit smoke. Dual cultivation day and night. See, he subconsciously glanced at Shenning. Something exploded in his mind. His nose felt hot, and something was about to drip down. Do you understand? Understand or not? Let's go. We'll go south. Shenning pulled him up and walked. Master, this is north. A while later. That's right, Chef. Did you sense any small animals in the forest? I Ching pressed his nose and answered. 36,957 beasts. All right, we'll pick the fattest one. Yes, Master, no problem, Master. Unfortunately, before the two of them could find the small animals, the space in front of them suddenly twisted and opened up a passage. Sect Master. Mengpo walked out from inside with a bitter expression. Behind her was a thin string that was formed by sorcery. It pulled out a ball of gray air like a ball of yarn. This is Songren? I Ching looked at the ball of resentment in surprise. How did it get surrounded by resentment so quickly? Didn't Father Neo ask you to bring him to reincarnate? Meng Po's face fell even more. Her eyes were full of guilt. She bowed to Shen Ying and said, I did not do my job well. I don't know why, but once this ghost entered the underworld, the resentment in his body could not be removed no matter what. Instead, it kept increasing. As she spoke, she reached out to remove the resentment as if demonstrating. If the resentment is not removed, he cannot enter samsara. I helped him remove it a few times before, but I don't know why. Even when we changed places, I could not remove it. Before she could finish speaking, the ball of resentment dissipated in the next moment. He turned back into that timid scholar. He opened his eyes in confusion. When he saw Meng Po holding the string, his face paled and a trace of fear flashed across his eyes. A moment later, he seemed to recall something and patted his chest. It was a few immortals. Oh yes, didn't the immortals want to send me to samsara? Could this be the underworld? That's strange. What exactly are you? Meng Po was also confused. She circled around the timid scholar. I clearly could not remove his resentment just now. Why did it work again when I pulled him back to sect master? There was actually a soul that could not enter the river of forgetfulness? I Ching frowned. He released his divine perception and scanned the ghost. Apart from being affected by the resentment, his soul body was weaker than before. He did not find anything strange about the other party. Master, he can't be an invader, right? No. Shen Ying's eyes narrowed. She glanced at the clearly dazed timid scholar before turning to Meng Po. Little shorty, apart from you, what other way is there to remove the resentment? Chapter 372. There is, but it's more troublesome. Meng Po thought about it and said, the grievance stems from the injustice he suffered before he died, so he developed a hatred for this world. Apart from forcibly removing it, we can only find out the cause of his death and untie the knot in his heart. Then the grievance will naturally disappear. How troublesome. The key was that this ghost had already forgotten how he died. How were they going to find out the cause of his death? Shen Ying tilted her head and looked at I Ching. Why don't we just beat the grievance out of him? It was convenient and environmentally friendly. Master. I Ching frowned. His soul is already very weak. Even I can't take a punch from you. I'm afraid his soul will dissipate. Then what should we do? Why don't you do it instead? He claimed to be from Qinghe County. I Ching glanced at the ghost. Why don't we go take a look? Is there anything to eat? Since it's a county, there must be quite a number of people. Of course there is. They might even be able to get some food. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Yes, master. I Ching then turned to Meng Po and said, Shorty, go back first. Leave this ghost to us for now. Meng Po nodded. She turned her head to look at the coward who still had a blank expression on his face. Her figure flashed and disappeared before her eyes. Song Ren was shocked by Meng Po's sudden disappearance. His entire ghost subconsciously shrank. After a while, he turned to look at I Ching. This exalted immortal. What did the two of you mean? What grievance? Do I have that horrible thing on me? He was not an unreasonable ghost. Hearing their conversation just now, the grievance in his body seemed to be very troublesome, causing him to be unable to reincarnate. Our trip this time is to find out why you have grievance in your body, I Ching explained. Don't worry, we will let you reincarnate. Song Ren nodded and hurriedly bowed to the two. Thank you, exalted immortals. What a polite ghost. Master, let's go. I Ching directly summoned his sword and pulled Shen Ying onto it. Then he turned to look at a certain ghost. Song Ren was stunned. He knew that the immortal wanted him to get on the sword, so he floated over. Still acting like a polite scholar, he bowed once more. Immortal, please bring me along. Ah. Before he could finish his sentence, I Ching picked up a certain ghost and flew out. Song Ren was caught off guard and was instantly sent flying into the air. He subconsciously let out a blood-curdling scream, howling like a pig being slaughtered. I Ching. Shen Ying. 10 minutes later. Get off me. I Ching could not stand it any longer. He glared at the ghost that was coiled up in front of him like an octopus. No matter how scared he was, he had already flown for 10 minutes. That was enough. Exalted immortal. Song Ren's already pale face turned even paler. I'm afraid of heights. Weren't you just freaking floating? What are you not afraid of? I Ching frowned. He tore the ghost in front of him and held it in his hand. Show me the way. Song Ren had yet to recover from his shock. Which direction is the Qinghe County you live in? East. Southeast. I Ching paused for a moment before flying in the southeast direction. The few of them flew for another 15 minutes. During this time, screams could be heard incessantly. Finally, people appeared below them. They could vaguely see a village. The three of them finally landed on the ground. Song Ren was so scared that his face was completely white. He was a soul to begin with. Now he was even more transparent. He looked like he could turn into smoke and float away at any time. Yet the moment he landed on the ground, he stubbornly stood up. He composed himself and cleared his throat. He cupped his fists and said to the two of them, "Excuse me." In an instant, he returned to his gentlemanly self. It was as if the person who had been screaming the whole way was not him. Of course, that was if his legs were not trembling. Left or right? I Ching pointed to the two paths in front of them. There should be a town ahead. There were too many mortals. Moreover, they had to figure out the direction and could not fly too high. To avoid unnecessary trouble, they could only come down and walk. Song Ren looked left and right. Suddenly, a hint of joy flashed across his eyes. He pointed to the path on the right and said, "I recognize this place. Go this way. We'll reach Qinghe County in less than half an hour." "Let's go." I Ching nodded. He turned and walked 2 steps. But he found that Shening did not move. Instead, she looked up to the right in a daze. "Master." I Ching called out again. Shening then returned to her senses. She raised her hand and pointed to the sky. "Chef, is the weather not good over there?" "Weather?" I Ching hesitated. He subconsciously released his divine perception and swept to the right. His eyes widened. He saw that the sky above a town not far away was dark. The whole town seemed to be wrapped in black fog. Winds were raging. Ghost chi filled the sky. It was like a dead city. He was shocked. Apart from the underworld, this was the first time he had seen such a heavy chi. "Master, let's go." Shening nodded. Only then did he get on his sword again. He brought a person and a ghost with him and flew toward the city. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the city. Up close, the chi was even heavier. The sky had been clear all along the way, but here it was dark and gloomy. The city was silent. Only the sound of the wind could be heard. The few of them looked up. Above the city gate, there were 3 big words, Qinghe County. This was Qinghe County. I Ching frowned. He turned back to look at Song Ren, whose face was starting to turn pale again. He had some guesses in his heart. He took a step forward and walked into the city. "Are we going in?" Song Ren's voice trembled as he asked. His entire ghost body subconsciously moved closer to Shening. I Ching's face darkened. Thinking of the scene on the way here, he pulled Song Ren out and pushed him 3 feet away. "Stay away from my master, little b *tch. Master, the chi here is thick. I'm afraid there's no one alive in the city." Not only that, there was so much ghost chi here. The ghosts inside were most likely malicious ghosts that did not enter the underworld. They had been staying in this ghost city. There are so many ghosts left in the human world. I'm afraid there's something strange in the city. Shening nodded. She threw away the fruit core in her hand and reached into Chef's pocket out of habit. "We'll only know the exact reason when we go in." He looked at the city gate again. "Master, the city is dark. Don't go too far away from me." "Oh." I Ching was just about to continue walking into the city. After some thought, he turned around and grabbed Shenying's hand. Based on past experience, he was really afraid of losing her. Exalted immortal. Song Ren's face turned completely white. "This city, don't tell me there are really ghosts?" Did he forget what he was? "You can stay here," I Ching instructed before turning around and walking into the city. He couldn't just leave a ghost city like this unattended. Song Ren looked at the two walking away. Then he looked around at the cold wind. Gritting his teeth, he had no choice but to follow. Once they entered the city, the chi around them became even thicker. Wisps of cold air seeped into their bones. Song Ren subconsciously shivered again. He looked at the two people in front of him who were calm and composed. It was as if they could not feel the cold wind. He hurriedly floated faster. Chapter 373. The city seemed to have gotten even darker. They could only hear the sound of the cold wind blowing. It was eerily quiet. The two sides of the dark street looked as if something would rush out at any time. The few of them walked along the dark main street for a while. Suddenly, they heard a strange sound. It sounded like something was dripping. Drip, 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 one sound after another. What's that sound? Song Ren was shocked. He was so nervous that even his voice went up a few octaves. It sounds like water. Just as he finished speaking, a black shadow suddenly flew past them. Ah! Song Ren exclaimed. Trembling, he pointed in front of him and said, Someone's gone over. Only then did the two of them stop and look at the endless street in front of them. All they saw was a bloody light. Less than 10 meters in front of them, there was suddenly a liquid pouring down. The bright red color was particularly dazzling. Blood! 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 Song Ren's legs turned to jelly, and he fell to the ground. The blood seemed to be flowing endlessly. It formed a wave and surged toward them. Everywhere it passed, there was a glaring red color, as if it was going to dye the entire street red. The scene was especially eerie and bloody. Coupled with the whistling cold wind, it was like a scene from a horror movie. If there were less than 10 evil ghosts in the air, holding buckets of blood and pouring it out. What's more, they were doing it in a row, relaying the force. They could even faintly hear a few words of ghost language. Hurry, hurry, it's about to dry up. Where's the bucket? Didn't you ask you to bring a bigger bucket? The Ripper ghost took the big bucket to wash the intestines. This is all we have. Hurry, 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 pour it out. Use the blood to drown them. Hurry up. Even if we can't drown them, we can scare them to death. And so another wave of blood poured down. But the street was really too wide, and they were a distance away from it. Although the blood was pouring quickly, it stopped before it reached their feet. Shening. I Ching. He suddenly felt a little tired for them. It's about time. Where's the headless ghost? It's your turn. I'm coming, I'm coming. An evil spirit with a green face and sharp fangs floated out from the pile of ghosts. It rubbed its horrifying ghostly face, opened its mouth to reveal a mouthful of bloody teeth, and directly reached out to take its head off. After thinking for a while, he felt that it wasn't scary enough, so he put his head back on. But this time, he tore a hole in his neck. There was only a layer of bloody skin on his head, which seemed to be falling off. The bowl-sized wound on his neck was still spurting blood. Only then did it clear its throat, reveal its physical form, and float towards the two of them. A gloomy voice sounded in the air. Give me your life, the master and disciple duo. However, the ghost floated closer and closer. 2 streams of blood flowed from its broken head. It looked like it was about to pounce on Shening. I Ching sighed, and was about to form a seal with one hand, to capture this group of ghosts. Ghost! Suddenly Song Ren, who was at the side, let out a scream. As if he could not bear it any longer, he crawled up with a whoosh and ran towards I Ching's direction. He lifted the hem of Chef's robe and dived in. His hands subconsciously grabbed onto something, but he used too much force. With a swoosh, something was pulled out from Chef's waist. Shening! All the ghosts. His movement was too fast and too natural. Even I Ching didn't have time to react. He felt a chill in his lower body, and a strange object appeared between his feet. There was a strange silence. Even the headless ghost that was pouncing over was stunned. His head, which only had a layer of bloody skin, fell to the ground with a thud. What's going on? In the next moment, an aura even colder than the yin qi in the city exploded from Chef's body. The temperature in the city dropped, as if winter had arrived. The entire street was covered in ice. Overwhelming sword chi swept across the entire ghost city in an instant. I Ching kicked a ghost that was lying on his pants out. A huge dragon formed from sword chi appeared in the sky. I'll kill you. All the ghosts in the ghost city felt an endless pressure. They fell to the ground, and even their bodies looked like they were going to collapse. Chef! This was the first time Shening saw him go crazy. She was a beat slower than she should be. She grabbed him and said, calm down, calm down. Master, don't stop me. For the first time in his life, I Ching wanted to shake off Shen Ying's hand. Let me kill him. I have to kill him. I definitely have to kill him. Now. Now. Put on your pants first, Shen Ying reminded him. I Ching froze. Then, as if remembering something, he hurriedly bent down and pulled up his pants. With the fastest speed he had ever done in his life, he drew an isolation array around him and fastened his pants again. He even forcefully tied a few dead knots on them. Shen Ying waited for a full 10 minutes before I Ching removed the array and appeared in front of her. His face seemed to be covered with a layer of ice, as if snowflakes were going to fall the next moment. But when he looked at Shen Ying, his ears were so red that they looked like they were going to drip blood. Master! He could not help but sound like he was being wronged. Cough, don't worry. Shen Ying coughed and patted his shoulder comfortingly. The sky was too dark. I really did not see your white underwear. Really? I Ching. He wanted to kill someone even more. What should he do? Perhaps because of Chef's sword Qi. The Yin Qi in the ghost city had almost been blown away. Sunlight shone into the city. The Yang Qi was strong. The malicious ghosts that were originally hiding in the surroundings also showed their figures. Chef, who was finally held back by Shen Ying and had not beaten Song Ren to death, glanced at the densely packed ghosts in front of him. His guess was right. This city was full of malicious ghosts, and each one was worse than the other. Those that were missing an arm or a leg were still fine. Some of them were directly lying on the ground like a pile of mud. It was obvious how badly they died. Why do you stay in the human world? I Ching looked at the ghosts coldly. Why do you still gather in this city to harm people? Don't you want to reincarnate? The ghosts looked at each other. Thinking of the terrifying aura from before, they all trembled. A moment later, the headless ghost that wanted to scare them stood up weakly. This immortal, exalted immortal, it's not that we don't want to reincarnate, but we can't go at all. That's right, that's right. Exalted immortal. The other ghosts all nodded. We also want to go to the underworld to reincarnate, but after we died, we have been trapped here and can't get out. We have no choice, so we want to find a living substitute to bring us out. Can't get out. I Ching was stunned. He used his divine perception to scan the city. There was no array formation to restrict them. What exactly happened in the city? I Ching looked around. There were so many ghosts, and they looked like they had died not long ago. How did you die? A look of confusion flashed across the faces of the ghosts. A moment later, they all shook their heads. We don't know either. When we woke up, we were already ghosts. Chapter 374. I Ching scanned the group of ghosts, and was even more shocked. Did these ghosts lose their memories collectively? Or did the person who attacked them move so quickly that they did not even have time to react before they died? He asked in detail, and realized that not only did they forget how they died, but they also forgot everything that happened when they were alive. They could not even remember their names, so they could only call each other Headless Ghost, Disemboweler Ghost, etc. I Ching's frown deepened. Looking at the number of ghosts, it was obvious that the city had been massacred. The strange thing was that he did not sense any array formation in the city. They did not encounter any obstacles along the way. Why were they trapped here? He looked up at the city gate. There are no restraints on you. Why can't you get out? That's because. Thinking that I Ching did not believe him, the headless ghost panicked, but he did not know how to explain. As if thinking of something, he said, Exalted immortal, you'll understand once you see it. The ghosts all nodded in agreement. As they spoke, a large group of ghosts swarmed towards the city gates like 100 ghosts walking in the night. Just as they were about to float out of the city, a ghostly shadow flashed. The originally large group of ghosts was reduced by more than half, and they disappeared. The next moment, they appeared in the middle of the main street again. There was no exception. Exalted immortal, this is it, the ghost said bitterly. It's not that we don't want to leave, but no matter how we float, we will eventually return to this place. That's right, we can't get out at all. Exalted immortal, we want to reincarnate too. Exalted immortal, your dermic powers are strong. Please save us. I Ching was shocked. This was a transportation array. No, there was no spirit chi at the city gate just now, nor was there any aura of an array formation. Master. He turned to look at Shening, who was beside him. Shening took a bite of her fruit and answered, "Some kind of enclosed space?" Enclosed space? I Ching paused, then suddenly thought of something. Master, you mean that this place is like a mystic realm, isolated from the outside world? Something like that. It was no wonder that the ghosts could not get out. To them, this city was completely isolated from this small world. It was a world of its own, and the city gate was the border. Unless they had the ability to break out of this world, they would only be sent back. And according to what they said, it seemed that it only worked on ghosts. Wait a minute. A thought suddenly struck him. He turned to look at a certain ghost who was hiding far away, hugging a pillar and shivering. The corner of his mouth twitched, and in an instant, a thick layer of coldness covered him. Go out and try. He pointed at the city gate not far away. Ah! Song Run, who was suddenly called out, was stunned. He saw those evil spirits, each more frightening than the last, looking at him in unison. His entire soul body was like a wave, shaking wave after wave. What? He obviously didn't react in time. I Ching directly pinched a spell, and with a ding sound, a spirit sword instantly fell in front of Song Run. It sank 3 inches into the ground, and the edge of the sword was suffused with cold air. Startled, Song Run moved away from the pillar out of reflex, dodging the spirit sword. I Ching, however, did not stop. One by one, the swords formed from spirit chi flew towards him, as if they were lining up. Ah! With a blood-curdling scream, he turned around and frantically floated in the direction of the city gate. He was forced to rush out of the city gate by the spirit sword. I'll poke you to death, you little bitch. For all. Hashtag he went out. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, I Ching's hand turned the spell, and chased after Song Ren's spirit sword, changing its direction, and landing in front of him. A certain coward outside the city used the same method to rush all the way back, and then stopped. The boundary of this city had no effect on Song Ren. No wonder he could rush to the immortal realm. Song Ren was already so frightened that his soul body curled up like cotton candy. Like a ball, he rolled back to the two of them. When he looked up, he saw the group of evil spirits whose faces had changed beyond recognition, and he trembled again. Subconsciously, he floated towards a certain master and disciple. This time, he didn't dare to look for I Ching, and could only stretch out his claws to pull Shening. But before he could reach, I Ching seemed to have sensed it in advance, and with a gaze 10 times colder than before, he instantly stared at him. Little bitch, what else do you want? F***ck. I Ching directly took a step to the side, inserted himself between the man and the ghost, and picked Song Ren up. At the same time, he conjured a spell to make his soul body more solid. Then he looked at the ghosts and said, "Do any of you recognize him? He used to be from this city." The ghosts were stunned, and carefully looked at Song Ren, who was so frightened that his face was beginning to turn green. After a while they all shook their heads. "Never seen him. We might have known him when he was alive, but we don't remember." Exalted immortal, did he also die in this city? It doesn't look like it at all. That's right, he's much worse than us. He's not even as scary as the hanged ghost. That's right. One look and you can tell that he's the kind of ghost that doesn't do proper work. I Ching's expression darkened. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to get any more information out of them. Originally, he wanted to ask about the cause of Song Ren's death, and investigate why he had so much resentment. He didn't expect that not only did the entire Qinghe County turn into ghosts, but they also lost their memories. Master, how do you think we should deal with these ghosts? I Ching looked at Shening hesitantly. Shening, who was reaching for a fruit, paused and tilted her head. What do you think? This place is too strange. His expression darkened. We can't keep so many ghosts here forever. I want to put them directly into the river of forgetfulness and send them to the underworld to be reincarnated. Shorty was not here, so they could only send them to the underworld through the river of forgetfulness. All right. Shening, who did not take any fruit from Chef's storage bag, only some pastries, nodded without any objections. She wasn't listening anyway. Chef then turned to look at the ghosts. He conjured a seal with both hands. Instantly, a huge array appeared under his feet and spread across the entire ghost city. All the ghosts felt the yin qi in their bodies dissipate. Even their miserable souls started to gradually return to their original state. They were no longer as miserable as before. A gentle force wrapped around them like flowing water. In the next moment, all the ghosts turned into green smoke and floated up. Just as they were about to disappear into the array, their figures flashed, and a large number of ghosts returned to the middle of the main street. Even the rebirth array under I Ching's feet shattered. I Ching was shocked. He looked at his own hands in disbelief. What was going on? Why couldn't these ghosts be sent out? Even if this place was isolated, it wasn't like the outer realm, which was cut off from the plane. There was no reason why they couldn't enter the river of forgetfulness, unless his heart sank. He squatted down and placed his palm on the ground to sense for a while. Suddenly he was shocked. He turned to Shening and said, "Master, there's no river of forgetfulness underground." Oh. Shening tilted her head and suddenly pointed above her head. It might be up there. What? He looked up at the gray sky. He subconsciously opened his assistant's authority to take a look. In midair, a golden river ran through the entire ghost city. The river of forgetfulness was in the sky. Winky face. Chapter 375. What's going on? He tilted his head and looked at the golden color above his head. He saw that after the river of forgetfulness crossed the entire ghost city, it landed at the city gate and returned to normal. Only the section in the city looked like two waterfalls floating in the sky. I Ching had some guesses in his heart. He immediately understood why the ghosts in the city could not get out. He changed his hand seal, and the rebirth array appeared under his feet. He waved his hand, and the array slowly rose into the sky, enveloping the entire ghost city. In the next moment, the ghosts turned into green smoke again, and flew into the river of forgetfulness in the sky, disappearing without a trace. The city that I Ching had already dispelled a round of yin qi. Now that there were no malicious ghosts, the yin qi dissipated, and the city returned to the appearance of a deserted city. I Ching turned to look to the side. Songrun was indeed still there. Shorty said that he could not enter Samsara, but he did not expect that he could not even enter the river of forgetfulness. Master, I guess the river of forgetfulness is the reason why the ghosts in this city cannot get out. He looked at Shening. The dislocation of the river of forgetfulness caused the ghosts to be unable to enter in time. And the city gate was the node of the dislocation of the river of forgetfulness, thus forming a sealed space. That was why the ghosts could not get out, and the living could not enter the river of forgetfulness, so it did not affect them. Songrun could not enter the river of forgetfulness because of grievous energy, so Lone Moon could come and go as he pleased. I have already temporarily sent these ghosts into the river of forgetfulness above, but to let them return to the underworld, we need to return the river of forgetfulness in time. If the river of forgetfulness could not return, then these ghosts would never be able to reach the underworld. More importantly, the section in the sky was obviously one of the branches of the river of forgetfulness. If left here, it would dry up one day. The other branches that connected to it would also dry up, which would cause even worse effects. Master, do you have a way to let it return to the ground? Shening tilted her head. How about pulling it down? Pull. He hesitated. How to pull? The river of forgetfulness did not have a physical body. No, Master said it could be pulled. That definitely made sense. After thinking for a moment, a gust of spirit chi formed in his hand. In an instant, it condensed into thousands of threads and flew towards the golden river of forgetfulness in the sky. However, the moment the spiritual chi touched the river of forgetfulness, it passed right through it. Indeed, it couldn't touch it. He frowned and subconsciously sensed the assistant imprint on his body. In the next moment, the spiritual energy, which had yet to touch a physical body, suddenly emitted a thump, like the sound of something entering the water. On the surface of the river, a small drop of golden spray instantly splashed. Touch, touch. So this was how the assistant seal was used. Overjoyed, he raised his hand and produced even more spirit threads. They flew into the sky and crossed the entire river, directly binding up half of the river. Then he pulled down forcefully. The sound of water splashing could be heard. The originally calm surface of the river of forgetfulness was instantly stirred up by layers of waves, and its position was also gradually falling downwards. I Ching adjusted his cultivation and pulled harder, causing the golden river to descend even faster. After a quarter of an hour, he finally pulled the dislocated river of forgetfulness back to the ground. The abnormality of the original high and low water levels at the city gate was also restored. The river of forgetfulness in the city began to flow again, and the surface of the river began to shine with a faint golden light. Master, the method you mentioned is indeed useful. I Ching looked at Shening happily. Master indeed. What did she say? From now on, there would no longer be ghosts trapped in the city. I Ching heaved a sigh of relief and turned to look at Song Run beside him. He frowned again, but he still did not find out how exactly he died. Master, why don't we go to the nearby town and ask what exactly happened in this city? The dislocation of the river of forgetfulness could at most trap ghosts, but the cause of death of this person in the city was unknown. Perhaps they could find out why Song Rin carried grievous energy. Oh, Shening nodded. I Ching was about to fly on his sword when he felt an unfamiliar aura approaching. Someone was coming. He stopped moving. No matter who it was, they were definitely familiar with this ghost city. He decided to stop moving and wait for that person to appear. Indeed, in a short while, a man in a green robe appeared at the city gate, but he did not fly over on his sword. Instead, he seemed to have used a spell that shrank the ground into inches and rushed over. The person first stopped in front of the city gate and looked around in surprise. The ghost chi in this city has actually completely disappeared. The person's face was full of disbelief. Only then did he notice I Ching in the city. Suddenly, he thought of something and his eyes brightened. He made a strange gesture towards him, as if it was some kind of etiquette. Then he opened his mouth and said, "Did fellow Taoist purify this evil ghost just now?" Purify? For some reason, he did not like this word. He only sent it into the river of forgetfulness for samsara. I Ching frowned but still nodded. The person became even more delighted. Fellow Taoist is so kind. He smiled brightly and seemed to heave a sigh of relief. This ghost city has been causing trouble everywhere for many years. Even the mystic sect could not do anything about it. I did not expect that it would be resolved by fellow Taoists today. He seemed to have thought of something and continued. I am Tang Han, from the Tang family of Qing City. Fellow Taoists' Tao skills are so profound. I wonder which family are you from, and how should I address you? I Ching. He was stunned. He had never heard of such a surname among the mystic cultivator families. Just as he was puzzled, the person stepped aside and continued. My master Shening. Tang Han was stunned. He did not notice just now. Only now did he realize that there was actually a woman standing beside him. Surname Shun. His eyes brightened instantly. Could the two of you be from the Shun family of Luoyang? No wonder. Although the Shun family was not a big mystic cultivator family, it was also a well-known family for 100 years. When did the Shun family have such an amazing mystic cultivator? He could actually resolve the evil ghost that even the mystic sect could not do anything about. No. I Ching shook his head directly. What Shun family of Luoyang? Tang family of Qing City? Could it be that the cultivators of this small world were all from big families? No. Tang Han, who had guessed wrongly time and time again, was stunned. Then which family are the two of you from? They couldn't be independent cultivators, could they? The master and disciple exchanged a look, and then replied in unison. Niu family. To Tang Han. Huh? Which family was the Niu family? Never heard of it. Could it be a hidden big family? Fellow Taoist Tang. Do you know what exactly happened in this city? Why are there evil ghosts all over the city? I Ching stepped forward and asked. Tang Han saw that the other party had no intention of explaining his origin in detail, so he did not ask anymore. Looking at the deserted city, he sighed and said, Sigh. Speaking of the people of this Qinghe County, they are really pitiful. now that the world is chaotic and deviant ghosts run rampant. The residents of this city have suffered from this disaster. Deviant ghosts. I Ching was stunned. He had only heard of deviant beasts and deviant demons. What the hell were these deviant ghosts? Seeing the other party's puzzled face, Tang Han was even more certain that the other party was from a hidden big family. He stepped aside and said, "If you don't mind, can the two of you follow me back to my humble house, and I will tell you in detail?" I Ching looked at Shening beside him. Seeing that she did not object, he cupped his fists and said, "Thank you. Please." Chapter 376. Tang Han brought the two out of the city and walked towards the north. That's right, walk. Originally, he said that his house was in the city, but they walked for nearly an hour straight into a dense forest, and the other party had no intention of stopping. "Fellow Taoists, you've worked hard. My house is in this forest, not far. We'll be there in less than an hour," Tang Han said with a natural smile. I Ching. Shunning. The two stopped in their tracks. A certain Ning, who had never walked such a long way except for the time when she opened up the plane, had the urge to stick the pastry in her hand on his face. He said it was very close. "Master." Seeming to read her thoughts, I Ching suddenly stepped forward and squatted down in front of her. "Disciple will carry you." "Oh." Shening then kept the pastries in her hands and leaned on Chef's back in a natural manner. I Ching stiffened for a moment. The heat source that suddenly stuck to his back turned into a warm current, as if flowing to the bottom of his heart. He paused for a while before standing up steadily and walking with Tang Han in front. Tang Han looked at this somewhat strange pair of master and disciple, feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. He didn't pay too much attention to it, leading the way in front while introducing the situation in the city to I Ching. The two then learned about the situation of this small world from him. As previously guessed, the spirit chi here was indeed thin, resulting in no so-called immortal cultivation at all, and no immortal cultivation sects. But there were mystic cultivators who practiced mystic techniques. They also used spirit chi to cultivate, but mystic techniques only knew some shallow spells to ward off evil and evil. They didn't pursue the path of immortality like cultivators. I Ching then understood why he had to bring the two along, and not directly fly on his sword. It turned out that he didn't know how to fly a sword at all. Looking closely at his cultivation, he was indeed only at the early stage of chi refinement. These mystic cultivators usually only did exorcism and sealing demons, and took it as their duty to protect the peace of the area. They didn't have any thoughts of ascending to immortality, and most of what they dealt with were the deviant ghosts he mentioned. Tang Han said that deviant ghosts were different from ordinary ghosts. They were bloodthirsty by nature, and the more powerful deviant ghosts could devour souls, and they loved to eat living people. In Qinghe County, tens of thousands of people were massacred by the deviant ghosts in one night because of the invasion of the deviant ghosts. Later on, the Taoists of Xianmen had to send out dozens of Taoists to kill the group of deviant ghosts. But because of this, it became a ghost town. The ghost chi in that city is too strong. Tang Han sighed and shook his head. The mystic cultivators and the mystic sects have thought of many ways, but they couldn't purify the ghosts in the city. They could only seal off this area. He led the two of them to a small house in the forest. He invited the two of them to sit down before continuing. "My cultivation level is low. In order to prevent mortals from entering and being harmed, the Tang family sent me to guard this place." I Ching placed a plate of pastries and a cup of tea on the table in front of Shun Ying out of habit. He turned and asked, "Fellow Taoist Tang, apart from the deviant ghosts massacring the city, did anything else happen in the city?" Tang Han thought about it and shook his head. "I haven't heard of it. Why do you ask?" I Ching frowned. "That's not right. If it was just the deviant ghosts massacring the city, why would only Song Run have such a huge grievance?" He turned to look at Song Run, who had floated along with them. "Fellow Taoist, have you seen this ghost?" "Ghost?" Tang Han was stunned. He looked in the direction he was pointing, but his eyes were not focused. Suddenly he seemed to have thought of something. "Fellow Taoist, do you mean that there are evil ghosts following us out of the city?" His expression changed. He stood up abruptly and turned to take out a peachwood sword from the cabinet beside him. He made a hand seal and shouted, "Bold evil ghosts, you still want to harm people? Show yourself quickly. Heaven and earth are black and yellow. Ghosts and spirits are not born. Go." With that said, he directly stabbed the sword towards the cabinet beside Song Ren. With a swoosh, he poked a hole in the cabinet door. "Shening! I Ching!" Song Ren. After he stabbed with the sword, he heaved a long sigh of relief. He looked around and then turned to I Ching. "Fellow Taoist, is the evil ghost that followed us dead? Are you freaking kidding me?" Phew 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 phew. No wonder he didn't look at Song Ren from beginning to end. He couldn't see him at all. How low was his cultivation? The corner of I Ching's mouth twitched. He bent his finger and pointed at Tang Han's forehead, guiding the spirit chi in his body to gather in his eyes. Only then did Tang Han see Song Ren. The peachwood sword in his hand tightened. "There's an evil ghost indeed." I Ching hurriedly stopped him. "Wait, this ghost is a little special. He's different from those evil ghosts in the city. That's why we brought him with us." "Special?" Tang Han was stunned. He thought of something and then looked enlightened. "Could it be that he's a ghost that the two of you kept? The two of you are indeed skilled in sorcery. You can even command evil ghosts." Sorry. He sheathed his peachwood sword a little embarrassedly. There was indeed a way to subdue ghosts in the mystic techniques. "I Ching. As long as you're happy." He touched his eyes, and a trace of excitement flashed across his face. "I wonder what sorcery fellow Taoist used just now. It actually allowed me to see ghosts without the use of external objects." I Ching was speechless. Seeing ghosts required external objects? "I mobilized the spirit chi in your body." Tang Han was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes widened abruptly. "Fellow Taoist, you're helping me to open my heavenly eye." He suddenly felt a wave of excitement. His eyes were shining as he looked at I Ching. He was indeed an expert. No wonder he could purify the entire ghost city. What the hell was opening the heavenly eye? I Ching felt the difficulty of communicating with people who weren't in the same cultivation system. He hurriedly changed the topic. "I wonder what sect is the mystic sect that fellow Taoist mentioned." "Mystic sect is not a sect." Tang Han smiled. He was even more certain that these two came from a hidden clan. Otherwise, how could they not even know what mystic sect was? Mystic sect is an organization jointly founded by the mystic cultivator clans. Its main purpose is to eliminate deviant ghosts and maintain the righteous path in the world. The elite mystic cultivators of all clans are gathered there. They're all mystic technique masters above the 3rd grade. So it was a place like the immortal alliance of various sections. Tang Han's face was full of yearning. Suddenly he seemed to think of something and said with some excitement, "Oh yes. With your cultivation, it won't be a problem for you to join mystic sect." He just didn't know what grade mystic technique master they were. "Where is mystic sect?" I Ching continued. "It's in Longxing City." Tang Han glanced at the two. "The two of you have solved the Qinghe County matter. It's also considered a great merit. If you really intend to join mystic sect, I can write a letter to recommend you." Something flashed in I Ching's eyes, but he didn't explain. "Thank you, fellow Taoist. Don't stand on ceremony, fellow Taoist. It's a great deed for you to solve the Qinghe Ghost City. It's just a small effort on my part. It's only right." With that said, he went straight to the inner chamber, took out a brush and ink, and started writing. In less than a moment, he finished writing the letter of recommendation and handed it to I Ching. "The nearest town is more than 10 miles away from here. The roads are complicated. Why don't I bring the two of you?" "No need." Before he finished speaking, the master and disciple spoke at the same time. If they walked any further, their legs would break. Why did they feel despised? Chapter 377. I Ching didn't say much to Tang Han. After asking for the general direction of the Mystic Gate, he quickly got up and left. He was afraid that he would act on impulse and personally send them to the Celestial Sect of Wonders. Once he left Tang Han's residence, he immediately rode on his sword and flew towards Longxing City with Shening. Tang Han said that Qinghe County was raided by deviant ghosts, which was why it was massacred. These words seemed to be true. The tragic state of the ghosts in the city did not seem to be caused by an ordinary disaster. But the ghosts in the city lost their memories, and the river of forgetfulness was not something that could be done by just deviant ghosts. Although he didn't know what the deviant ghost that Tang Han was talking about was, as long as it was a ghost, except for a special case like Song Ren, as long as it got close to the river of forgetfulness, it would be sent to the underworld for reincarnation. Therefore, the phenomenon of the river of forgetfulness in Qinghe County was definitely not the work of deviant ghosts. Instead, it was more likely to have something to do with the mystic gate that was used to expel deviant ghosts. What had happened in the city at that time? Why would Song Ren have such a big grievance? It seemed that he could only go to the Celestial Sect of Wonders to find out. Tang Han said that Longxing City, where the Celestial Sect of Wonders was located, was tens of thousands of miles away from here. But for flying swords, it was only a quarter or two of an hour. I Ching scanned with his divine perception and saw a huge city in front of him. Compared to other places where the spirit chi was so thin that it could not be seen, the spirit chi there was obviously thicker. However, it still could not compare to the immortal cities of other small worlds. Even his aura was exceptionally chaotic, filled with the aura of mortals. I Ching hesitated for a moment, then turned and landed in a remote place outside the city. He turned around to look at a certain coward, who was afraid of heights and frowned. Exalted? Exalted immortal? Song Ren trembled under his stare, and his heart turned cold for no reason. He had a feeling that ever since they left the ghost city, this immortal surnamed Yi's attitude towards him had worsened. His gaze seemed to be able to freeze him into ice at any moment. You're a ghost, you can't just go in like this. Those so-called mystic cultivators didn't seem to be very friendly to ghosts. If Song Ren went in just like that, he might be beaten to death. To avoid trouble, I'll use an immortal item to create an apparition for you. You can temporarily possess it. As he spoke, he took out a green and juicy green onion from his storage bag. Song Ren, why is it a green onion? Where's the promised immortal item? Aren't you an immortal? Why would he carry things like scallions with him? Let's go in, I Ching said seriously as he shook the green onion that was overflowing with immortal chi. Exalted. Exalted immortal. The corner of Song Ren's mouth twitched. A moment later he probed. Can we change it? This was intentional, right? Little bitch, you sure have a lot of demands. I Ching's face darkened, he snorted coldly, but still continued to dig into his storage bag. Song Ren heaved a sigh of relief. The next moment, he saw I Ching take out a bunch of things from his storage bag. Garlic, chili, chives, pepper, coriander. They're all here. Hurry up and choose one. Shuning. Song Ren. Flip's table, this isn't choosing the illusory body. This is choosing the ingredients, right? For all. Ngunguo, however. The other party looked as if he would freeze Song Ren to death with his gaze if he continued to nag. Song Ren, who had always been timid, had no choice but to admit defeat and float forward. He swept a glance at the ingredients on the ground. Unexpectedly, he found one with a different attribute. His eyes lit up instantly. I choose this. He pointed to a white dandelion sandwiched between a handful of coriander. I Ching casually took it out. Nobody knew what he was thinking, but the corner of his mouth twitched. He turned to look at Song Ren. Are you sure? It was obvious that a certain radish had smuggled in. Thank you, exalted immortal. Song Ren nodded vigorously. It was better than garlic and chili. Flowers have always been elegant. I think it will definitely help exalted immortal to create a good illusory body. I Ching did not speak. He gave him an indecipherable look. Even Shining, who was focused on eating her fruit, turned back to look at him in surprise. What's the matter? Song Ren's heart turned cold for no reason. Was the dandelion bad? Then I'll take this. I Ching had no intention of explaining at all. He directly conjured a seal and trapped Song Ren's soul into the dandelion. With a wave of his hand, an array appeared under his feet. The dandelion immediately turned into a white light and flew into the array. The white light became brighter and began to condense. In a short while, a youth who looked to be about 16 or 17 years old appeared in the array. He was dressed in a green and white robe. Unsurprisingly, he looked 70 to 80% similar to the radish. I have a body. Song Ren looked at his own body excitedly. He was indeed an immortal. He had turned back into a human. This is just an illusory body, I Ching explained. Don't go too far away from us. Otherwise, once the immortal chi in the dandelion is used up, you will immediately return to your original state. I understand. Song Ren nodded and hurriedly cupped his hands in salute. Thank you, exalted immortal. Let's enter the city. He glanced at him again. His eyes stopped at the lower half of his body. Then he turned and habitually pulled Shun Ying into the city. Song Ren immediately followed. The city was very lively. There were people everywhere. I Ching originally thought that this would be similar to the immortal cities of cultivators. But the strange thing was that more than half of the city was filled with mortals, without any cultivation. Normally, cultivators would not easily mix with mortals to avoid being contaminated by the vulgar atmosphere of the mortal world, which was not conducive to cultivation. But here there seemed to be no such concept at all. It was especially down to earth. I Ching inquired about the location of the Mystic Gate. Then he brought the two of them all the way into the city. Along the way, many people beside him were carrying peach wood swords similar to Tang Han's, or swords that were strung together with copper coins. There was a faint flow of spirit chi on them, but it was extremely weak. It was not even a level 1 Dharma artifact. It seemed that they were also mystic cultivators who wanted to join the Mystic Gate. The few of them walked through the main street. From afar, they saw a palace floating in the city, but that palace was not very big. Perhaps because of the thin spirit chi, it was only floating 4 to 5 meters above the ground. But it looked quite magnificent. On the horizontal board of the palace, there were 2 big golden words, Mystic Gate. There was a very big square in front of the palace. There were already hundreds of people gathered there. There was also a platform in the middle of the square, as if waiting for something. I Ching looked around and took out Tang Han's recommendation letter. He was about to go forward and give it to the person who seemed to be in charge. But suddenly, he heard a deep voice coming from the platform. Thank you, fellow Taoists, for coming here from afar to support my Mystic Gate in expelling deviant ghosts. A middle-aged man in a green robe came up the platform. The square was suddenly silent. They all looked at the platform. The situation is urgent. Please forgive me for not being able to entertain you one by one. Sect Mastering, what exactly happened? As soon as he finished speaking, someone below asked anxiously, why did you suddenly send out the Mystic Iron Order and urgently gather all the mystic cultivators here? This was the first time since the establishment of the Mystic Gate. This concerns the catastrophe of the world. I have no choice. The sect master, whose surname was Ng, stepped forward and looked at the square with a heavy expression. A few days ago, the sect received news that a large number of deviant ghosts appeared in the southwest. The Mystic Gate tried many times to stop them, but to no avail. Now the deviant ghosts have broken through Moonfall City and are coming here. They will reach Longxing City in less than 3 days. Chapter 378. As soon as he said that, there was an uproar, and anxiety appeared on everyone's faces. It was not a common occurrence for deviant ghosts to attack a city, not to mention that they were attacking Moonfall City. That was the city with the most mystic cultivators other than Longxing City. There were at least dozens of mystic cultivators, if not hundreds. So many people failed to stop them. Who knew how many deviant ghosts had come? Sect Master Ng, now that the deviant ghosts are attacking, how should we deal with them? Please instruct us, someone responded, and the others also voiced their support. Yes, Longxing City is the last line of defense. After this, the deviant ghosts will go straight to the capital, and the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. That's right. We must not let them pass, expel the deviant ghosts, and protect our country. We dare to come here. We are already prepared to sacrifice ourselves. Please instruct us, Sect Master. For the righteous path of the world, we will die honorably. Everyone's expression was extremely serious. It was clear that they were not just shouting slogans, but really prepared to die. Even I Ching was a little surprised. Such fearlessness to protect the righteous path of the world was probably difficult even for the immortal sections. It was indeed admirable. Thank you, fellow Taoists. Sect Mastering glanced at everyone with a moved expression. Yesterday, our mystic sect disciples rushed to Moonfall to stop the deviant ghosts, but the battle situation is not clear. The mystic cultivators of 3rd grade and above have all rushed to Moonfall City for support. Now that Longxing City has no combat power, and Moonfall City has fallen, I hope that fellow Taoists can help us defend the city. Everyone nodded. That sect master gave a few more instructions and made some arrangements before letting everyone go forward to register so that they could be assigned. Master. I Ching subconsciously looked at Shunning beside him. Now that the deviant ghosts had attacked the city, they must not be in the mood to take in disciples. As for Qinghe County, he probably would not be able to ask about it for a while. However, he was a little curious about the so-called deviant ghosts. Are we going to register? Sure. Shunning nodded, having no objections. I Ching then followed the crowd to register their names, and received a wooden plate with the word Xian written on it. On the stage, sect leader arranged everyone's positions and discussed how to deal with the enemy. Only then did the crowd slowly disperse. Because the deviant ghosts would only arrive in 3 days, Shunning and the others had to stay in the city first. Moreover, it was almost noon, and it was time for lunch. I Ching was thinking about what to do for lunch as he walked into an inn. However, he discovered a crucial problem. What is this? The innkeeper took the spirit stones that I Ching handed over, looking confused. He smiled politely and reminded him, Sir, Aran does not accept bartering. Do you have any silver on you? Shunning. I Ching. Songren. Only then did they remember that this was a mortal city that used gold and silver. It was completely different from the cultivator's currency. After leaving Father Nyo, master and disciple once again felt the crisis of having no money. Master, don't worry. There are many empty spaces outside the city. It's just building a residence. It's just a small dharma spell. We can start cooking soon. I Ching, who had been invited out of the inn, said seriously. But to prevent deviant ghosts, the city gate was closed just now. Song Ren reminded him weakly. Then let's find a house. The people here are simple and honest. We're just borrowing the kitchen. I think they won't reject us. I Ching immediately changed his words. The mystic sect is already evacuating the civilians in the city. Everyone is busy moving. Who would be in the mood to borrow your kitchen? I still have some pastries in my storage bag. Why don't we give them to the innkeeper in exchange for a kitchen? The innkeeper said just now that he doesn't accept bartering. I Ching. Shunning. She instantly turned to stare at a certain coward. Her eyes were as cold as ice. Did you come specially to undermine me? Song Ren trembled, and immediately moved behind Shunning. You won't let the ghost speak the truth? You have a way. Shunning suddenly turned to look at him. Song Ren stiffened. His gaze drifted. Just as he was about to shake his head, he saw I Ching's expression. If you dare to say no, I'll kill you. He immediately shrank his head. I think so. The two of them paused and looked over. Why don't we? Let's go dig under that big tree. He suddenly pointed to a secluded street corner. They could vaguely see the lush foliage. I think there might be something we need there. What did he mean? I Ching and Shunning exchanged a look. They turned and walked in the direction he pointed. Indeed, they saw a big tree after turning the corner. It should be 3 inches to the right of the tree. He spoke again. I Ching frowned. He squatted down at the place Song Ren pointed to. He used his divine perception to scan. Indeed, there was something underneath. He directly used an earth elemental sorcery. In an instant, the soil under his feet turned outwards. A brown porcelain jar suddenly emerged from the soil. He opened it to take a look. It was actually filled with silver ingots. There was a layer of black spots on the silver ingots. It looked like it had been there for many years. How do you know that there's something buried under this tree? I Ching turned to look at Song Ren doubtfully. The other party was stunned. He seemed to recall this question. A look of confusion flashed across his eyes. After a while he shook his head. I don't know either. I just suddenly had a feeling that there would be silver under this tree. Could it be that his memory was recovering? Do you remember anything else? He thought for a while, then shook his head. No. I Ching's expression darkened. Song Ren did not look like he had recovered. Could it be because his illusion was a dandelion that Radish had bloomed? Radish was a vegetation spirit. It could communicate with plants. It was normal for it to know that there would be silver under this tree. Exalted Immortal, is this enough? Song Ren asked seriously. If it's not enough, there's more under the tree in front. Oh yes, there's also the old well in the east of the city, the old temple in the west of the city, and the backyard of the shop in the north of the city. I Ching. Shening. She felt that ever since this coward got his illusion, did he awaken some incredible skill? He could turn into a treasure hunter or something. There's no need. I Ching took out a piece of silver from the jar and buried the jar back into the soil. He subconsciously refined the silver in his hand and removed the layer of black spots on it. Then he stood up and glanced at him with an unclear meaning. After a while, he patted his shoulder and said, "If Father Nyo was here, he would probably want to take you in as his disciple." Ha! Song Ren hesitated. Who was Father Nyo? He was also an immortal. Did he mean that he had the potential to become an immortal? He felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Just as he was about to ask, I Ching added, "It's a pity that he didn't come. You probably won't see him in the future." Then what the hell are you talking about? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Chapter 379. With Song Ren, the treasure-seeking ghost, the few of them successfully checked into the inn. They stayed in the inn for 2 days. The commoners in the city had already moved out of Longxing City one after another. The originally lively city suddenly became deserted. Except for the mystic cultivators who occasionally came out to patrol, there were no mortals without any cultivation. Following the arrangement of the mystic sects, I Ching went out twice these 2 days, both to strengthen the defense outside the city. He then understood the difference between these so-called mystic cultivators and cultivators. They seemed to be more inclined towards talisman cultivators. Besides using those peach-wood swords that did not have much power, they used talismans the most. And the so-called strengthening of the defense outside the city was just pasting all kinds of low-level talismans outside the city gates. The corner of I Ching's mouth twitched as he watched. If those so-called deviant ghosts were really large enough to attack the city, these low-level talismans obviously could not even hold for a quarter of an hour. But everyone looked serious and serious. Considering their cultivation, I Ching could only set up a mountain-protecting array around the city gates when they were not paying attention. He became more and more curious about what those so-called deviant ghosts were. I Ching did not wait for long. On the second night, he sensed something strange. Something was coming this way, bringing with it a sky full of yin qi. It was clearly still 100 miles away, but the temperature in the city dropped sharply. Exalted Immortal? Song Ren looked at I Ching, who suddenly stood up and gave him a puzzled look. After a while, he thought of something and suddenly widened his eyes. Is it a deviant ghost? Yes. I Ching nodded. Song Ren looked flustered and turned to walk toward Shun Ying's room. Then I'll go wake Exalted Immortal Shun. Come back. I Ching reacted quickly and pulled her back. Master is asleep. Huh? Song Ren was stunned. And then? If we wake her up now, Longxing City will really not be able to defend. What did he mean? I Ching had no intention of explaining. He picked him up and flew out of the city on his sword. Once out of the city, the yin qi in the air became even stronger. From afar, they could see a black mass in front of them, even covering the moonlight. The surrounding yin qi was blowing, and it was bone-chilling. The mystic cultivators patrolling in the city did not seem to notice these changes. I Ching sent a stream of spiritual qi over and said, "The deviant ghosts are here." That mystic cultivator was stunned. He looked around and did not see anyone, but he still turned around to inform the others. I Ching didn't care much about it and directly flew towards the direction where the yin qi was gathering. Not long after, all kinds of mournful ghost cries could be heard. Only then did I Ching see the appearance of the so-called deviant ghost. It was a black fog so dense that it was almost as black as ink. It even had a bit of demonic aura to it. One could clearly hear the ear-piercing screams of ghosts, but they couldn't see the actual entity. There were only one or two vague ghostly figures flashing past. Moreover, the range of the black fog was so large that it covered half of the forest. His speed was also extremely fast. Wherever he passed, the plants withered. I Ching was stunned by the scene in front of him. It was as simple as many ghosts glued together. From the looks of it, rather than calling it a group of deviant ghosts, it would be more accurate to call it one. He flew down directly, and a barrier array was formed instantly. The black fog that was originally pouncing towards Longxing City was blocked. Those mournful cries became even more piercing. I Ching took a step forward and released his divine perception to investigate. There were indeed many souls gathered in this black fog, but the soul bodies were extremely thin. He could only faintly see one or two faint soul bodies floating past, and there were even a few similar ones. These were remnant souls. His eyes widened abruptly. In this black fog, what gathered were actually all remnant souls. There wasn't a single complete soul. What was going on? By right, remnant souls were extremely weak. They would dissipate upon contact with a bit of immortal spirit chi, and they would only be sensed by the main body. But the remnant souls here were obviously not like that. They clearly had no consciousness at all, yet they gathered in groups. Their attack power was not weaker than that of evil ghosts. And this number, from a rough look, was more than tens of thousands. So many remnant souls gathered on their own instead of returning to the main body? Unless they didn't have a main body at all. But remnant souls didn't have consciousness. Why did they come here? He carefully scanned the black fog. After a while, he saw a trace of a different aura, with a sense of malevolence. Grievance. They were affected by the grievance, just like Song Run, who rushed into the immortal world. Song. He subconsciously turned back to look at Song Run, who had been silent all this while. But he found that Song Run's body suddenly began to emit a gray aura. In a short while, it covered his entire body. That pair of usually timid and frightened eyes surged with violence, and both eyes were red. He was affected by the grievance in the black fog. Song Run. I Ching yelled, but he seemed to not hear it. The grievance on his body became heavier, and his expression became more and more sinister. Kill. Kill. He murmured. In the next moment, he directly broke away from the illusory body. In an instant, he changed back into the appearance of the immortal world filled with grievance. He turned into a black ball, and directly rushed towards the black fog of remnant souls. Song Run. I Ching panicked. He directly conjured a seal, and a stream of spirit chi flew out. It wrapped around Song Run, who had been completely swallowed by the grievance, and forcibly pulled him back. He set up 4, 5 layers of sealing spells in succession. But Song Run seemed to have completely lost his mind. He began to attack the array around him crazily. His already weak soul body became even thinner. Mengpo was not here, so his grievance could not be eliminated. I Ching's face darkened. He had no choice but to seal him back into the illusory body on the ground. He conjured a few more spells to slowly suppress his grievance. The mystic cultivators in the city also rushed over at this time. They saw the black fog in the sky at one glance. Deviant ghosts. They really came. Everyone's face turned pale. Dispel deviant ghosts. No one knew who shouted. The mystic cultivators did not even look carefully. They all raised the peach with swords in their hands and rushed towards the opposite side. They were about to pass through the blocking array that I Ching had set up. I Ching's heart sank. Don't go over. It was too late. The array that he had just set up could only isolate ghosts. It could not block living people. When he sealed Song Run back into the illusory body, the other side had already rushed in. With a crisp sound, a gap suddenly appeared in the transparent array. Large amounts of black fog rushed out and rushed straight towards the crowd. The few people who were closest to it did not have time to take out their talismans. Instantly, all the blood chi in their bodies broke out. They turned into dried corpses in an instant. Their vitality dissipated. I Ching was full of anger. He wanted to imitate Father Nyo and scold. Holy shit! He turned his hand. Just as a sword chi was about to slash over, a chanting suddenly came from the sky. Immeasurable heavenly lord. As soon as he finished speaking, a clear spirit chi swept over from behind. It instantly dispelled the thick black chi, and directly forced those remnant souls back into the array. A golden array suddenly appeared in midair. The golden light shone brightly, and turned into a layer of translucent golden arc. It directly enveloped the black fog below. A Taoist dressed in green walked over from behind. He looked to be in his 30s or 40s. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand. He had a benevolent look on his face. He only took 2 or 3 steps, but he was already in front of the crowd. I Ching instantly saw through his cultivation. He was slightly shocked. Soul formation stage. There was actually a soul formation stage cultivator in this small world. More importantly, there was a layer of thick and somewhat dazzling golden light surrounding him. He looked like a moving luminous body. This was the light of merit. Chapter 380. Master Yin Tian. Everyone was shocked and then overjoyed. That's great, Master Yin Tian is here. Longxing City is saved this time. He is indeed the world's #1 mystic cultivator. With him around, there is no deviant ghost that cannot be solved. I didn't expect to see Master Yin Tian again. This trip was not in vain. Didn't Heaven Master go into seclusion decades ago? Could he have come specially for Longxing City? Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, and rushed forward with excited looks on their faces. Even I Ching looked over curiously. Only people with great merit would have the light of merit around them. But it was the first time he saw one as bright as this one. Even the Buddhist cultivators in other small worlds, who cultivated with merit, did not have as much merit as this one. But he was a cultivator. No, according to this small world, he should be a mystic cultivator. How many good deeds did he have to do to have such a thick light of merit? I Ching could not help but feel a sense of admiration. And the person in the middle who was covered in the light of merit only smiled at everyone kindly, cupped his fists and said, "Fellow Taoists, Yun Heng is late." Only then did everyone react, and return the greeting with extremely respectful expressions. Some even rubbed their eyes in disbelief, thinking that they had seen wrongly. After a while, the sect master whose surname was Ing stepped forward. "Master Yin Tian, are you here for this deviant ghost?" "Yes." Yun Heng nodded and said, "I sensed a gathering of Yin Qi in the middle of my seclusion, so I specially rushed over." He turned to look at the few dried corpses on the ground, and a trace of pity flashed in his eyes. "It seems that I was still one step too late, and did not save them." He raised his hand to conjure a seal, and waved the horsetail whisk in his hand. A golden light swept towards the corpses on the ground. Immediately, the dried corpses on the ground turned into spots of light and disappeared. He chanted the Tao Sutra a few more times, before sighing and putting down his hand. With this reminder, everyone also thought of their companions who had just sacrificed themselves. At once they fell silent, and their eyes revealed a sorrowful expression. After a while, Sect Master Ing said, "Ah, Heaven Master has tried his best. I'm sure they know in the underworld, and will not blame you. What's more, they died to save the world. It's a worthy death." He sighed and turned to look at the deviant ghosts that were covered by the golden light. His face darkened. "We didn't expect that there would be so many deviant ghosts this time. Our dermic powers are weak, and I'm afraid we cannot dispel them all. I wonder if Heaven Master has a way." Once he finished speaking, everyone present turned to look at Yun Heng. Actually, everyone was clear that they could not deal with so many deviant ghosts. When Yun Heng. The moment they saw the deviant ghosts, they were ready to sacrifice themselves. Even if they could stop them for a while, it would be good. But Yun Heng was a Heaven Master, the strongest mystic cultivator according to legend. With him around, perhaps they could really get rid of it. Yin hung and yin yin comma hung 11111 master. Yin comma yin 1111 yin tian 11. He sighed and turned to look at the black swarm of deviant ghosts behind him. "I will try my best. I wonder if everyone can protect me." Everyone's expression darkened. Even Master Heaven was not confident. It showed how serious the deviant ghosts were this time. But in the current situation, they could only try their best. This concerns all life in the world. Heaven Master Yin, just try. We will do our best to protect you. Alright, thank you everyone. Yin Hung nodded and took a step forward. He took out a purple dermic talisman and muttered something. A moment later, the talisman lit up. The other mystic cultivators all stood around him to protect him. The light of the talisman grew brighter and brighter. A moment later, it turned into a beam of purple light and flew above the array, trapping the deviant ghosts. An array pattern appeared in the air, slowly expanding. He seemed to be trying to use the array to cover the entire swarm of deviant ghosts. But perhaps because of the different cultivation methods, it took a lot of effort for him to maintain it. A moment later, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. I Ching looked over and realized that the spirit qi in his body was being continuously transferred to the array in the air. It was as if he was not afraid of wasting it. Half of his spirit qi was used up in an instant. He frowned. If this went on, even if he was a soul formation cultivator, his spirit qi would be used up in a few minutes. He suddenly became curious about the array in the air. What kind of array would require a soul formation cultivator to use up all his energy? After looking at it carefully for a while, he still could not recognize what kind of array it was. Indeed, a moment later, Yin Heng's face was already pale. The spirit qi in his body was almost used up. If not for the golden light of merit all over his body, he might not have been able to hold on. All the mystic cultivators present held their breaths and focused their attention on the array formation in the sky. Finally, the purple array expanded to cover the entire swarm of deviant ghosts below. Only then did Yin Hung turn his hand and use the last bit of spirit energy he had left to change a Dharma spell. The incantation in his mouth became even more complicated. Even the light of merit on his body seemed to dim for a moment. In the next moment, the purple array suddenly changed. The pattern changed instantly. The entire sky turned into a blinding red light. With a thick murderous aura, it directly fell down. This was the soul-destroying array. I Ching's eyes widened. He saw that the array was about to fall down on the remnant souls below. Even the golden shield that originally trapped the deviant ghosts was shattered. The barrier array that he set up inside was also about to collapse. His heart tightened. Subconsciously, he sent a few streaks of sword qi towards the soul-destroying array. In the next moment he heard a loud ding. That red array collapsed instantly, turning into spots of fluorescent light that fell down. And Yin Hung, who set up the array, had already used up all his spirit qi. Now that the array backfired, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell down. What are you doing? It was only then that the other mystic cultivators noticed I Ching at the side. They reacted instantly and turned to look angrily at the person who suddenly broke the array. There were even more people who took out the peach with swords in their hands and surrounded him tightly. Who are you? Why did you break Master Heaven's array? You stopped us from exorcising deviant ghosts and injured Master Heaven. What exactly do you want? I Ching frowned. He ignored everyone's questions and turned to look at Yin Hung, who was on the verge of collapsing. In a low voice he asked, "Your so-called exorcism is to kill these remnant souls?" Once he said this, everyone became even angrier. Of course, deviant ghosts harm the world. Naturally, they have to be exorcised. I Ching's frown deepened. There's no need to talk to him. Take down this traitor who broke the exorcism array. Sect Master Ing, who was leading the group, shouted. The angry crowd looked as if they were about to raise their swords and slash at him. Wait! Yin Hung suddenly spoke, stopping everyone who was rushing over. Wait a minute. Chapter 381. Yin Hung forced himself to take 2 steps forward. He looked at I Ching suspiciously. Something flashed across his eyes as he said anxiously, Fellow Taoist, do you mean that you have other ways to deal with deviant ghosts? I Ching's expression darkened. These deviant ghosts are obviously formed from tens of thousands of remnant souls. The remnant soul is also a part of the soul. Do you know that under the soul extinguishing array, the soul will scatter? These tens of thousands of souls will never be reincarnated. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. He had thought that with the light of merit, he would not be an evil person. Who would have thought that he would want to kill tens of thousands of remnant souls? Not to mention cultivators. Even the devil race would not dare to do such a thing. However, the crowd didn't care at all. Instead, they looked at him even more furiously. What remnant soul? His soul would scatter and scatter. What a load of nonsense. That's right. If the deviant ghosts aren't eliminated, the living will be eaten. Don't try to mislead us with your lies. We are doing this to protect the righteous path of the world. Master Yin Tian, there's no need to listen to this nonsense. Let's just take down this evil person first. No. Yin Hung once again stood in front of everyone. There was no anger on his face, only excitement. He looked at I Ching with glowing eyes and said urgently, according to fellow Taoist, how should we deal with these deviants? No, these remnant souls. A trace of surprise flashed across I Ching's heart. He kept feeling that something was wrong. He frowned and said, naturally, it will be returned to the river of forgetfulness and sent to the underworld to be reincarnated. Reincarnation? Rebirth? Yin Hung paused, his eyes full of confusion. He was about to ask. I Ching had already turned around and was walking toward the deviant ghosts. He conjured a seal with both hands, and golden light shone from beneath his feet. In an instant, a huge reincarnation array appeared on the ground, extending across the entire forest. The originally pitch-black deviant ghost was like a cloud that had been blown away, the black gas dissipating. Even the yin chi of the ghosts had disappeared. Suddenly, one transparent shadow after another appeared in front of him. However, they looked extremely weak. Some of them couldn't even take on a human form, only a cloud of white smoke. They were densely packed together. At first glance, there were actually more than 10,000 of them. Everyone present was stunned and looked at the large number of shadows in disbelief. What is this? Why did the deviant ghost suddenly become like this? Did he become a ghost? But why is there no yin chi? Isn't that the head of the yin family? Isn't he dead? Everyone gasped in unison, as if they had never seen such a scene before. Just as they were about to take a closer look, I Ching made a hand seal. Immediately, the forest of weak remnant souls turned into wisps of green smoke and returned to the river of forgetfulness below. In less than the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, the deviant ghosts that had originally swarmed over in an overwhelming manner and could almost destroy the entire Longxing city had now completely disappeared, leaving only withered branches and withered leaves on the ground. I Ching used his divine perception to scan the entire forest. There was not a single remnant soul left. It seemed like Song Run was the only special one. The grievances of the other ghosts were not so thick that they could not enter the river of forgetfulness. All the mystic cultivators present were stunned, and no one spoke for a long time. Yin Hung was the first to react. He quickly stepped forward. Fellow Taoist, those strange remnant souls, where did they go? Send it to. Before he could finish, he suddenly paused and looked up at the glimmer of light in the sky. It's daybreak. There's no time. I have to go back to cook. What? With that said, he directly grabbed a certain dandelion apparition on the ground, turned around, and with a whoosh he disappeared, leaving behind the crowd, whose eyes were even wider, and the dumbfounded Yin Hung. Nothing was more important than going back to prepare breakfast for Master Carrot in a certain inn in Longxing City. That's what happened. I Ching tidied up the table as he recounted what happened last night. Oh, Shening, who had finally finished her breakfast, turned her chopsticks upside down, squatted on the ground, and poked a certain cowardly corpse. So his illness is acting up again? Acting up? I Ching was stunned for a moment, and then nodded hard. Yes, perhaps he was affected by the grievances of those remnant souls. He continued to explain. This time, his grievances are even more than before. I have already sent a message to Meng Pe, but perhaps even she might not be able to clear these grievances. Shening glanced at the person on the ground, whose entire body was emitting black qi, as if he was moldy. Is there no other way? I haven't found out about his past, and I don't know what the knot in Song Ren's heart is. So there's no way to completely eliminate the grievances. Then we throw him away for now. I can only temporarily seal him in the apparition, but the grievances devour the soul. In the long run, his soul will completely disappear. So troublesome. Shunning tilted her head. Why don't we throw him back to Father Niu? I Ching was stunned for a moment, and then reminded her seriously. It's not that we can't let Father Niu deal with it, but we haven't found Yu Hong yet. If we go back now, I guess we won't even have our living expenses for the next 3 months. And, I Ching continued. If Song Ren doesn't recover by tomorrow, we won't have money to stay in the inn. Shunning stiffened, and then threw away the chopsticks in her hand, stood up, and patted I Ching on the shoulder. Chef, you're right. The treasure-seeking ghost has been with us for a few days. We are loyal people. Even if he becomes a moldy ghost, we won't give up on him. Moldy ghost? What the hell? But his mold is quite serious. Shunning looked at the person on the ground, who was emitting more and more black qi, and scratched her head. Why don't we pull him out and shake him, and let him dry to get rid of the mold or something? With that said, she bent down directly from the apparition on the ground, and pulled out Song Ren, who was full of grievances. She held a corner of it in one hand, and shook it up and down against the window like she was shaking a quilt. For a moment, there was only the sound of a gust of wind, and a good ball of grievances was shaken into a rectangle. Straight face, Master. I Ching frowned, and was a step too slow to stop her. Song Ren's body is filled with grievances you can't shake. It's shaken off. Before he finished speaking, he saw a large patch of grievances, like a shell being shed, instantly shed off Song Ren's body. That works too. It's done. Shunning shook it for less than 2 minutes, and the ball of grievances had already disappeared, revealing a translucent soul inside. But it still had not woken up, and there was still some black in the soul. Take it again and just dry it. I Ching. No. Master, indeed. I Ching was about to say something, but the waiter suddenly knocked on the door from outside. Guest, Master Yun Tian asked me to pass a message. He wants to see you. I wonder if it's convenient for you? Master Yun Tian? That's fast. Master, he's the soul formation cultivator I was talking about just now, I Ching explained, and then nodded, asking the waiter to invite him in. Oh, Shunning did not mind. After a while, she saw a large patch of golden light moving towards the room. It was so bright that it was blinding. Shunning was stunned, and subconsciously narrowed her eyes. What a big light bulb. She looked down at the moldy ghost in her hand. Greater than or equal to 4 all. Chapter 382. Fellow Taoist. The moment Yun Heng entered, he bowed towards I Ching. He looked excited. Please forgive me for my intrusion, fellow Taoist. I Ching glanced at him. He had guessed that he would find his way here, but he did not expect it to be so soon. It seemed like his position among the mystic cultivators was indeed extraordinary. Don't stand on ceremony, Master Yin Tian. Please take a seat. He gestured for him to come in and sit down. Coincidentally, he had something to confirm with him. Fellow Taoist, you can just call me Yin Heng. He became even more polite and respectful. How should I address you, fellow Taoist? I Ching. I Ching answered and turned to look behind him. My master Shunning. Yun Heng seemed to have just noticed Shunning behind him. He paused for a moment, then immediately bowed. Thinking of the purpose of this trip, he did not think too much about it. He continued to stare at I Ching and said, Fellow Taoist I came here this time because I have something important to confirm with you. Fellow Taoist please tell me the truth. His expression became even more nervous, as if what he was going to say next was extremely important to him. His hands subconsciously clenched at his sides. I Ching glanced at him and nodded. Fellow Taoist, please ask away. He took a deep breath, sat up straight, and said, What do you mean by remnant souls? Humans are divided into 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls, called the soul. When the body dies, the soul emerges as a ghost. A remnant soul is also a fragment of a soul. Because it is incomplete, it is not enough to form a soul or a spirit, so it is called a remnant soul. Then what do you mean by sending me into the river of forgetfulness? He asked anxiously. The river of forgetfulness is the place where all souls in the world are born and end. It flows through every corner of the 3 realms and 6 paths, and it draws the souls of all living beings into the netherworld. Only through the river of forgetfulness can one be reborn and reincarnated. Yin Heng's face paled, as if he had suffered a huge blow. His body swayed, and his entire body leaned forward as if he was about to fall. However, he used his hands to support himself on the table, and tried his best to sit up straight. Many complicated emotions flashed across her eyes. After a while, she looked at I Ching with an even more anxious expression. Then the Dharma spell that fellow Taoist used just now was formation, rebirth, formation. Rebirth. Formation. He muttered these words and looked him up and down. Please forgive me for being presumptuous, but fellow Taoist is using the profound technique. No. Then. Sorcery, immortal cultivation, sorcery. Immortal cultivation. He was shocked. That's you, a cultivator. Yin Heng was stunned. He was completely stunned. Although he did not know what a cultivator was, he understood that it was completely different from mystic cultivators. His expression changed a few times, and after a while, he seemed to understand something. So it's like this. There's actually such a spell in this world. It turns out that we've been using the wrong method all this time. No wonder, no wonder. He sighed and shook his head. For a moment, it was hard to tell whether he was crying or laughing. I Ching frowned and looked at him before saying, Fellow Taoist Yin, can you answer some of my questions as well? Yin Heng turned around. Fellow Taoist, please speak. Have you mystic cultivators always destroyed the souls of deviant ghosts? Yin Heng froze for a moment. He suddenly felt a little ashamed. A moment later, he smiled bitterly and said, I know what fellow Taoist wants to say. But in this world, other than expelling them, there is no other way to deal with ghosts. No other way. I Ching was shocked. Expelling the dead and reincarnating. Weren't these the most basic spells? He sighed as if thinking of something. After a while he continued. Fellow Taoist, you might not know this, but a few hundred years ago deviant remnant souls suddenly appeared in this world. It led to great suffering. At that time, no one knew how to deal with these remnant souls. As a result, tens of thousands of civilians in several cities in the north were eaten to death. After that, Patriarch Pu Xian spent tens of years, before creating that expelling array, to stop those deviant ghosts from wreaking havoc in the world. After that he even died because of this array. From then on, the mystic cultivators united and built the mystic sect. His expression became even more solemn. He took a deep breath before continuing. The mystic sect made this array public, and its mission was to expel deviant ghosts and protect the world. By expelling all the deviant ghosts to the north, they were able to protect a piece of pure land. So the mystic cultivators in the world only knew this one method. Are you all retarded? There's clearly something wrong with this method. But after many years, the number of deviant ghosts did not decrease. And the number grew bigger and bigger every time. Now it seems our understanding of it from the beginning was wrong. These deviant ghosts, no, these remnant souls, do not need to be expelled, but to be reborn. Nonsense. He turned to look at I Ching, cupped his fists and pleaded seriously. Fellow Taoist I beg you, can you teach the art of rebirth to all the mystic cultivators in the world? Help the world to completely solve this crisis, and help those remnant souls to enter samsara again. I Ching rubbed his forehead. Although he had some guesses before, he did not expect this to be the reason. It turned out that the reason why they showed no mercy to those remnant souls was not because they were cruel, but because they did not know that those were also a part of the soul. What was even more ridiculous was that they claimed to be mystic cultivators who specialized in dealing with ghosts, but actually did not know any way to be reborn, and could only kill them directly. He immediately thought of that soul-exterminating array. Yin Heng had merit on him. That array could indeed exterminate and devour souls. But looking at the cultivation of the others, even if they joined forces, they would probably only be able to unleash 1/10 of the power of that array. At most, they would be able to disperse those remnant souls. But the remnant souls still did not enter the river of forgetfulness. Because of grievous energy, they would still reunite. Presumably, this was also the reason why the number of deviant ghosts in this small world had been increasing for so many years. So all this was because their cultivation techniques were incomplete, or even seriously lacking. Logically speaking, the different small world spirit chi levels were different, but in the end, they would all be on the path of immortal cultivation and ascension. But this world seemed to have missed something halfway, and it was getting more and more crooked. I can teach you, I Ching said in a low voice. Not only the rebirth array, but also various methods of rebirth for ghosts. Yun Heng's expression was one of joy and excitement. But, I Ching added, you have to ask all the mystic cultivators to stop using that soul-exterminating array immediately. Of course. He hurriedly nodded. Ever since he knew that those deviant ghosts were also souls, he did not intend to let them use it anymore. Also, can you let me see how your so-called mystic techniques work? Alright, this is a huge matter to save the world. I think everyone will agree. Thank you, fellow Taoisti. I will inform Sect Master Ing to recall all the mystic sect disciples. Also, all the mystic cultivator clans will all rush over within 3 days and spread the news to all the mystic cultivators in the world. Go. Fellow Taoist I Ching. I have one last question. Speak. May I ask? He suddenly pointed above his head, and then turned back to look at the person behind him. Since I entered the door, why has this lady behind me been holding a piece of gray cloth above my head? I Ching. Shunning. Ah, I've been discovered. My invisibility function is not working today. The moldy ghost has not even dried up yet. Oh. Chapter 383. Yun Heng was very fast. The next day, he brought over a pile of mystic sect classics. I Ching had thought that there would be all kinds of cultivation techniques. He did not expect that they would all be drawings of talismans. There were small talismans like the dust-repelling talisman and the speed-increasing talisman. There were also big talismans like the thunder talisman and the fire talisman. I want to know how your cultivation techniques are different from mine. You only need to show me the most basic techniques? I Ching thought that he had misunderstood and reminded him again. But these are all. Yun Heng nodded. All the talisman techniques in the mystic techniques are here. These. I Ching looked at the books on the table. Don't you have anything like guiding chi into the body? Yun Heng was stunned. What is guiding chi into the body? I Ching suddenly had a bad feeling. Have you never guided spirit chi into the body? Spirit chi. Yun Heng was even more confused. Then how do you usually draw talismans? He changed the way he asked. Oh, you just have to sense the heaven and earth. I'll draw it for you. As he spoke, he immediately took out the talisman paper and cinnabar to demonstrate. First, he burned some incense and washed his hands with a serious look. After a while, he picked up his brush and focused on drawing on the paper. I Ching focused and found that the spirit chi in his body did not move at all. Only the surrounding spirit chi seeped into the tip of the brush and onto the talisman paper. In less than a while, a low-level talisman paper appeared on the table. Straight face, it's done. Yun Heng put down his brush and said happily, I never thought that this dust-removing talisman would succeed on the first try. I Ching. He was a soul formation supremacy, but he could only draw a low-level dust-removing talisman. What was there to be proud of? Suddenly he understood. Could it be that these mystic cultivators did not know how to use their own spirit chi at all? Then how on earth did he cultivate to the soul formation level? After thinking about it, I Ching directly conjured a seal and used the surrounding spirit chi to make a temporary spirit testing pearl. He extended it to Yun Heng and said, Put your hand on it. Yun Heng was stunned. Although he did not understand what he meant, he still put his hand on it. In the next moment, The spirit testing pearl suddenly emitted a 5-colored light that gathered into a ball and merged into one. 5 elements mixed spirit root. I Ching was shocked. No wonder. The 5 elements mixed spirit root was similar to the 5 spirit roots, but they were two extremes, different from the worst 5 spirit roots. Although the 5 elemental chaos spirit root also needed to absorb 5 types of spirit chi, the spirit roots complemented each other and merged into one. In other words, as long as it was spiritual chi, he would be able to absorb it. He did not need to separate spiritual chi like other spiritual roots. It could be said that this was the best spiritual root. More importantly, those with the 5 elements mixed spiritual roots must have the 5 elements spirit body. His body had a special ability to summon spiritual chi, so he didn't need to absorb it on his own. Spiritual chi would gather in his body on its own. Besides, he had so much merit that he wouldn't face any bottlenecks. It wouldn't be strange if he could reach the soul formation stage. What is the spirit root that fellow Taoist is talking about? Yunheng looked confused. He clearly did not know what Lone Moon was talking about. I Ching frowned and looked at him with a complicated expression. It seemed like the situation was much more serious than he had imagined. It wasn't as simple as handing over the reincarnation array and the soul transcendence spell to them. They had to start from scratch. Lone Moon turned to look at the mystic cultivators outside the inn, who kept glancing over curiously. He sighed. It seemed like this was really a troublesome matter. He had to think about how to teach them. He explained a little to Yunheng and agreed to go to the mystic sect the next day to explain the situation. Only then did he ask Yunheng to leave. Master. I Ching looked at Shen Ying, who had been chewing on her fruit the whole time. What should we do now? Looking at the situation, the cultivation sorcery of this small world was seriously lacking. To solve the problem of deviant ghosts, they had to start from the most basic chi into their bodies. How about? Shening looked calm. Give Father Neo a call? Open a school or something. It wouldn't be the first time anyway. I Ching was stunned. His eyes brightened. Good idea. Father Neo had experience in teaching disciples. He immediately took out the communication talisman. In the next moment, a familiar figure jumped out. Get lost. He had just told Lone Moon his idea when Lone Moon replied with a single word. He looked at the two of them like a knife. They don't know how to cultivate. It's none of my business. Can't you just give me less trouble? You want me to open a school? Do you think the invincible sect doesn't have enough to deal with? But if you want to teach, go ahead. Why are you looking for me? I Ching was stumped. He didn't know how to answer. Shening tilted her head and leaned over. Father Neo, you're a professional. Get lost. Lone Moon rolled his eyes at her. He looked left and right. Where are you, Hong and Little Black? What are the two of you doing down there? Don't mind such details. Details my ass. You didn't even look for them, did you? Lone Moon exposed them directly. Hurry up and find them. You can do whatever you want with the rest. Oh. Shen Ying's eyes narrowed. She sighed and said, all right. There are so many people in this world. None of them have cultivated. They don't understand anyway. Chef. She turned and patted I Ching. Just do whatever you want and teach them. I Ching was stunned. He immediately understood something. He nodded vigorously. Yes, master. Wait. Indeed, Lone Moon suddenly spoke. What do you mean by not cultivating? It means that there are no cultivators in this world. I Ching explained. Then he added, among these people, there are even people with 5 elements spirit roots. But no one knows the way to cultivate. It's really a pity. After saying that, he let out a long artificial sigh, which was completely out of character. Even someone as smart as Father Neo didn't notice. His mind was filled with 5 elements spirit roots. 5 elements mixed spirit roots. In such a small world with pitifully little spirit chi, there were actually 5 elements mixed spirit roots. That was a qualification that could allow one to ascend to immortality. If there were even such spirit roots, wouldn't other qualifications be everywhere? None of them really know how to cultivate spirit chi. Of course. Come and see if you don't believe me. Lone Moon glanced at the two of them suspiciously. Although he knew that they were doing it on purpose, he couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. There were no cultivators in the entire small world. That meant that the ground was filled with supreme-grade qualifications. They could pick and choose at will. It meant that they hadn't decided on the direction of cultivation. It meant that they could teach at will. It meant that the world would be filled with sword cultivators in the future. Then he thought about his own sect full of diamond Barbies. Master, let's go now? Although my cultivation method might not be suitable for them, we still have to give it a try. Oh, Shenning nodded. The two of them were just about to leave. Stop right there. Lone Moon looked at the two of them, who were already addicted to acting. The corner of his mouth twitched. That's enough. Wait here obediently. I'll make some preparations. We'll be there tomorrow. Let Qichin do it. He could create a second invincible sect in minutes. Yes, Father Nyo. No problem, Father Nyo. Two Lone Moon snorted coldly. The figure on the talisman disappeared in a flash. Done. Chef, you cooperated well. Shenning nudged the person beside her. It's Master who taught us well. Achievement of daily cheating achieved. Chapter 384. By the time Songren woke up, it was already 3 days later. The grievous aura on his body had completely disappeared, and he turned back into that translucent appearance. But why was he hanging on the drying pole? What exactly happened? Hey, did you do it? Shenning leaned on the windowsill and waved at him. Exalted Immortal Shen. Songren hesitated. What did she mean by did it? Shouldn't she say that he was awake? He subconsciously wanted to float towards her. But a white light flashed in front of him, pushing him back. Only then did he realize that there was a layer of transparent array around him, sealing him firmly on the drying pole, unable to move. This is? Oh, I'm not afraid that you'll be blown away by the wind. Shenning explained casually, turning to the person behind her. Chef. Yes, Master. Yiming made a seal with his hand, instantly undoing the array around Songren. Only then did Songren come down from the drying pole and float into the house. Exalted Immortals, what happened to me? He looked confused. He clearly remembered that he followed I Ching up to subdue deviant ghosts. Why was he hanging up when he came back to his senses? You don't remember anything at all? I Ching frowned and asked. Songren was stunned. A complicated expression flashed across his face. After a while he frowned and said, I don't know either. I felt like I went to a place. I saw a lot of people. I Ching was shocked. Could it be that he remembered his previous memories? What else did you see? It seemed like someone told me where to go. His expression grew uglier. He seemed to be trying hard to recall. After a while he shook his head. I can't remember. I just felt that it was very cold there. Exalted Immortal, did I? I Ching nodded. It seemed like he could not find out why he had grievous aura on his own. But he could ask Yun Heng to help him investigate. Ever since I Ching dealt with the remnant souls that attacked the city, the mystic cultivators in the city changed their attitude towards them. But most of them still maintained a suspicious attitude. Although Yun Heng, who was like a national idol, wholeheartedly trusted and worked hard to promote them. The next day, when they arrived at the Mystic Gate, the square was indeed filled with mystic cultivators. However, none of them believed in immortal cultivation like Yun Heng did. Most of them looked doubtful. He even had the thought of watching a joke. If I Ching hadn't dealt with those remnant souls that day, they probably wouldn't even have come. Actually, if one thought about it, it was understandable. After cultivating and inheriting something for hundreds of years, someone suddenly said that it was wrong. Of course, they would not accept it for a while. As for Yun Heng, he was a soul formation cultivator. To a certain extent, he could sense the heavenly Tao better than others. He must have long suspected the so-called profound technique. That was why he immediately believed I Ching's words. Fellow Taoist, Yun Heng took a step forward and looked at I Ching beside him. Although he did not know why I Ching wanted all the mystic cultivators to gather here, he still did as he was told. Everyone is here. Shall we begin? Let's wait a little longer, I Ching said. What else do we need to wait for? Wait for Father Nyo. Ah. Yin Hung paused. Who's Father Nyo? It's the meaning of a parent, he casually explained. Parents. Was it the patriarch? Could it be that he came from a hidden family? Before Yin Hung could react, a few heavenly voices suddenly came from the sky. The voices were light and simple, as if they were close to his ears, but also seemed far away. The square suddenly became restless. Look up. Someone exclaimed. Everyone raised their heads and looked up in shock. A tall palace suddenly appeared in the sky, floating high in the air. The palace was surrounded by large patches of colorful spirit light, illuminating the entire palace like a dream. It was as if a celestial realm had come to the world. In an instant, it was as if some kind of pressure came out of the palace and swept toward everyone, causing their hearts to tremble. Everyone present was stunned. They looked at the strange scene that suddenly appeared in disbelief. Except for the two who received the news in advance. I Ching. Shening. Father Nyo's appearance this time was rather high profile, the kind that came with its own background music. In the next moment, several figures flew out of the palace and slowly stopped in the sky above everyone. They were all dressed in the same white robes, embroidered with golden auspicious clouds. They stepped on a sword that was overflowing with spirit chi, but for some reason, although there was nothing covering them, they could not see their faces clearly. When they looked over, they could only see a blurry figure. Especially the person in the middle, his body seemed to be surrounded by a shocking suppressive force. Looking at him made their hearts sink, and they did not dare to look at him directly. Everyone became even more excited. This was definitely not any mystic technique. This was more like an immortal's technique. They saw that the few people stopped in the sky above the square. Only then did the person on the right speak loudly. His voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. The disciples of Invincible Sect have come into the world under the orders of the sect master to find fated people and teach them the Tao of immortal cultivation. I hope that after you receive this opportunity, you will stick to the right path and protect the peace of the world. As soon as he finished speaking, the other party waved his hand. Everyone looked in shock. On an empty space on the right side of the square, a tall platform appeared out of thin air. In a quarter of an hour, we will start testing for spirit roots here. We will select the most talented disciples and teach them the way of cultivation. Anyone can participate. With that said, the few of them flashed and flew back to the palace in the sky between the clouds. The whole place was silent. No one could react for a long time. After a while, they rushed to the side of the platform on the right and formed a long line, waiting excitedly. Although they did not know what testing for spirit roots was, the scene just now was not fake. At that moment, there was no longer any doubt in their hearts. So there really was a way to cultivate to become immortal in this world. What Master Yin Tian said was true. At that moment in the palace in the sky, the four people who were suddenly teleported up after watching a wave of pretentious acts. Hey, Father Nyo. Shening greeted the person in the middle. The other party rolled his eyes at her. Instead, the eyes of the few girls beside him brightened. One by one they went forward and bowed. Greetings, Sect Master. Shening greeted them all. Hey, little green, little white, little pink, little white. 2. Everyone. See you, who was dressed in pink, tugged at her clothes, considering whether to change back to green. Indeed, once she changed her clothes, even her name changed. There are a lot of people here this time, and they're very high profile. I Ching added. Didn't you say that no one here has cultivated spirit chi before? Lone Moon stepped forward and said. Of course I have to be fully prepared. If I don't do this, how can I make them believe me so easily? He did not want to cause a fight over the cultivation system. That was equivalent to holding a press conference in advance. Of course, he had to make it as high profile as possible. The few of them paused. They thought back to the mystic cultivators in the square. Indeed, after seeing them appear, regardless of whether they were skeptical or not, they were now completely convinced. Fellow Taoist, you really have foresight. Yin Hung was delighted. He immediately understood his intention. This palace that suddenly appeared high up in the sky, not to mention the others. Even he was shocked. At first, he was still thinking about how to persuade everyone to give up on their original mystic techniques. But after this incident, that problem was solved. This was such a shocking technique. Even without him saying it, the others knew how to choose. You are the lamp, Master Yun Tian? Lone Moon smiled politely at Yun Heng. He was pierced by the golden light of merit around him. He subconsciously narrowed his eyes. Indeed, as Shunning said, he was a very bright light bulb. Chapter 385. Fellow Taoist, you can just call me Yun Heng. Yun Heng became even more polite. He looked at Lone Moon with an even brighter gaze. I still don't know how to address you, fellow Taoist. Lone Moon. Father Nyo gave him a businesslike smile and turned to introduce the few people behind him. They are all disciples of my invincible sect. This time, I hope fellow Taoists can cooperate with me. Of course. He nodded repeatedly, his face filled with obvious joy. Cultivation and preaching are important matters. If there are any problems, as long as fellow Taoist asks, I will definitely not refuse. Lone Moon did not say much. After exchanging a few pleasantries with him, he asked him to bring Siyu and the others down to test their spirit roots. Only 3 people and 1 ghost were left in the hall. Naturally, they didn't need to personally attend to a matter like accepting a disciple. Otherwise, it would be too degrading. It wasn't easy for him to show off, so he naturally had to do it to the end. However, he was indeed curious about the qualifications of the people from this small world. He immediately summoned a water mirror, and the scene on the testing platform below appeared before his eyes. At that moment, there was already a long queue. All the mystic cultivators were looking excitedly at the stage. Perhaps it was because Siyu and the rest were on the stage. There was no fighting. They went up the stage one by one in an orderly fashion. What was amazing was that among all the people who went up to the stage, other than 1 or 2 commoners who joined in the fun, the mystic cultivators, who were originally guarding the city, all had spirit roots. Moreover, their aptitudes were not bad. Most of them had dual or triple spiritual roots. In less than an hour, 2 celestial spiritual roots had been detected. Such a good aptitude was rare, even in other small worlds with rich spiritual qi. It was as if all the good talents had been gathered in this city. But why do they all have cultivation bases? Lone Moon glared at the unreliable pair of master and disciple. Didn't you say that there are no cultivators in this world? The people who went up for the spirit root test were all at the 1st to 5th stage of qi refinement. Especially those 2 with heaven spiritual roots. They had already reached the 8th level of qi refinement. Maybe it's because of the so-called profound technique. I Ching replied. Previously, they all cultivated a mystic technique that was similar to talisman cultivation. They often had to draw talismans, even though they didn't know how to draw qi into their bodies. But if I use the surrounding spiritual qi to draw talismans, it will naturally affect me. It was just that they lacked understanding of spiritual energy and didn't know how to circulate it. Naturally, they couldn't pass through the lightning tribulation and successfully build their foundation. Therefore, their cultivation could only stop at the qi refining stage. Lone Moon thought of this as well. He scanned with his divine perception. Indeed, there was not a single foundation establishment cultivator in the plaza. Suddenly, he thought of another question. How did that Yun Heng reach the soul formation stage? He has a lamp merit, I Ching explained. Lone Moon was stunned. He recalled the blinding golden light on Yun Heng's body. People with merit would usually be favored by the heavenly Tao. That was the rule of the heavenly Tao. The golden light of merit on Yun Heng's body was so bright. Naturally, there were no obstacles to his cultivation. It was normal that he did not encounter any lightning tribulations. He looked curiously at the mirror, at the person who was seriously helping see you register. You can sense that your cultivation method is wrong, and you can still make up your mind to change it in time. Most importantly, it wasn't for his own selfishness, but for the sake of this world. Yun Heng's breadth of mind is rare indeed. No wonder he has so much merit. Indeed. I Ching nodded as well. He should have been the first to sense that there was a problem with this world's cultivation. What's more, after knowing that he was cultivating the immortal Tao, ordinary people would not be able to resist the temptation to change their cultivation methods privately. But his first reaction was to beg him to teach this cultivation method to all the mystic cultivators in the world. He had no intention of keeping it to himself. All he wanted was to solve the world's crisis. He is indeed a rare kind person. You can't say that. The moment the two of them finished speaking, Song Run, who had been silent all this while, suddenly snorted coldly. He looked straight at the mirror, and his eyes darkened. Some people can't be seen on the surface. Until the end, who knows what he's thinking? Shening, who was chewing on her fruit, paused and turned to look at the rich ghost. You don't like him? I Ching and Lone Moon turned to look at him as well. They were surprised that he would suddenly say something like that. Song Ren frowned and glanced at the mirror in disdain. He said subconsciously, he looks like the sun. Just looking at him hurts my eyes. What's there to like? Humph. The disdain in his eyes deepened. There was also some anger in his eyes. He stared at Yin Hung. I Ching was shocked. He stepped forward and said, You can see the light of merit around him? It's so bright. How can I not see it? He looked like he was not blind. I Ching exchanged a look with Lone Moon. Then he said, Song Run, you used to know Yin Hung? Huh. Song Run turned. I don't. Then why do you suddenly hate him so much? He stared blankly, as if he had just realized it. A look of confusion flashed across his face. He scratched his head. I don't know. Anyway, he doesn't look like a good person. I hate him. With that said, he nodded vigorously. He stared at the person in the mirror again. Even his hands by his side tightened. I Ching frowned even deeper. By right, people with the light of merit would subconsciously give people a sense of friendliness. Although Song Ren was a coward, he was not a difficult person to get along with. In fact, compared to Lone Moon and Master, he was even friendlier and friendlier. By right, today should be the first time they met. Why did Song Ren hate Yin Hung so much? Could it be that his death in his previous life had something to do with Yin Hung? It looked like he had to ask Yin Hung about this. Lone Moon was a little excited. He did not expect to gain so many sword cultivator disciples, just by showing off. The next day, Siyu told him the results of the spirit roots test. There were actually 17 celestial spirit roots. 2 of them were variant spirit roots. There were also hundreds of people with double and triple spirit roots. There were even more people with mixed spirit roots. Lone Moon chose those who were suitable for sword cultivation, and had good potential to teach them personally. The rest were handed over to Siyu, and the others to teach them the basics of drawing qi into their bodies and basic sword techniques. He instructed them again and again not to teach them body tempering. After completely cutting off all contact between Shen Ying and the others, Lone Moon let them into the hall. The more he looked at the cultivators in front of him, the more satisfied he was. Although they were all a bit old, missed the best cultivation period, and had a lot of impurities in their bodies. However, as long as he worked hard, he would be able to reach the core formation stage before his lifespan ended. Not only would he be able to ascend to become an immortal, but he would also be able to reach the soul formation stage. Although the spirit qi in this small world was thin, and there were pitifully few spirit herbs and spirit plants to support it, but these had nothing to do with sword cultivators. Sword cultivators practiced sword techniques. Elixirs and whatnot, other than for emergencies, had no benefits to cultivation. What's more, there was Yin Hung. He was already at the soul formation stage. As long as he practiced his cultivation technique, he would be able to survive the ascension lightning tribulation and ascend to the celestial world. Of course, he naturally practiced the mental cultivation method of swordsmanship. Lone Moon could already see the beautiful era of sword cultivators all over the place. He plunged headfirst into the great cause of teaching others how to cultivate. Shening, who was openly slacking off. Why do I feel like I've forgotten something? Forget it, it's not important. Chef, can you make some afternoon tea? I'm hungry. Yes, master, no problem, master. Chapter 386. Perhaps because they already had the foundation of drawing talismans before. Everyone learned to draw qi into their bodies very quickly. In just a few months, most of them had already advanced 1 or 2 levels in their cultivation. Especially Yun Heng. He went from early-stage soul formation to mid-stage soul formation. But these people's meridians had not been cleansed by spirit qi for a long time, and the impurities in their bodies had accumulated for a long time. It would definitely affect their foundation. Because of this, Lone Moon decided to let them stop drawing qi and directly switch to basic sword techniques. Sword techniques could strengthen one's physique and help to clear the meridians. Other than that, he forced everyone to abstain from eating to prevent more impurities from accumulating. People who had just started abstaining from eating were very painful. Although they would not feel hungry with the pill of fasting, they were used to having 3 meals a day. Even if they were not hungry, the desire to eat was hard to suppress. This was also why it was better to take in disciples as young as possible, especially these people who were changing their cultivation. Most of them were adults. They had been eating grains for decades, and now they suddenly ran out of food. Naturally, it was a kind of torture for them. But Lone Moon was a strict teacher. He was very determined to abstain from eating. He directly stopped the canteen, and even closed the mountain gates. So the rear hall of the entire immortal sect, which was the only place where people could eat, became the place where they had to practice sword techniques and study mental cultivation techniques. So fragrant. He turned his head and looked at the row of people lying on the wall. They were drooling, and their eyes were glowing green. Shining was stunned. Under the gaze of hundreds of eyes, she silently ate another mouthful of rice. Indeed, in the next moment, a series of gurgling sounds came from outside the wall. Faintly, there was also the sound of people drooling even more happily. Suddenly, she was a little worried. This wall wouldn't collapse, right? The feeling of being stared at by hundreds of pairs of eyes while eating every day, Shining really felt no pressure at all. In fact, she even wanted to add another dish to her plate. "A-0, chef, make 2 more dishes. I'm not full." "Yes, master, no problem, master." Lone Moon, who just entered. Yun Heng, who just entered. Everyone on the wall. Cough. Lone Moon coughed heavily, successfully attracting the attention of the group of people on the wall. His expression turned cold. "Have you all finished practicing the basic sword techniques for today?" All of a sudden, everyone froze, like a child who had made a mistake. Replying to, "Exalted Master, we have already finished practicing. You still have the strength to lean against the wall? Looks like it's too easy. Tomorrow I'll practice 100 times more." Everyone's face turned pale. "Are you a devil?" For a moment, wails and cries could be heard everywhere. Everyone had no choice but to quietly retreat from the wall and flee with their tails between their legs. "And you?" Lone Moon turned and glared at a certain foodie. "Why must we eat in the yard? Can't we go back to our rooms and eat? It would affect the morale of the army." Shening replied as she ate. "The table in the room is too small. It won't fit." Lone Moon scanned the table full of dishes and pursed his lips. This reason was really irrefutable. "Don't worry, Exalted Master." Yun Heng smiled and said, "They're just not used to fasting for the first time. They'll get used to it after a while." He could only think of it this way. A few days later, the number of people drooling on the wall became fewer and fewer. They no longer came to watch and instead asked in person, "Master Shen, I heard that your cultivation method is different from ours." "Master Shen, I heard that you don't need to fast." "Master Shen, I heard that you were the one who taught Exalted Master Siyu and the others their cultivation techniques." "Master Shen, when are you free? Can you give us some pointers?" "Master Shen, do you think I have the qualifications to cultivate your cultivation technique? The kind that doesn't need to fast?" "I Ching." Shining. Lone Moon. His heart skipped a beat. It was as if he smelled the scent of a second invincible sect. He suddenly had the urge to expel a certain person from the invincible sect from the sect. "Cough that." Yun Heng chuckled and hurriedly changed the topic. "Oh yes, fellow Taoist I Ching called me here in such a hurry. What's the matter?" Only then did I Ching remember the matter at hand. He turned to look at Song Ren, who was staring at Yin Hung like a thief. I Ching conjured a seal and turned his illusory body into his soul body. Yin Hung, have you seen him before? Yin Hung paused. He did not understand what I Ching meant, but he still looked Song Ren up and down seriously. After a while, he shook his head in confusion. I've never seen this little brother before. Who's your little brother? Song Ren retorted reflexively. He snorted and said, Don't try to make connections. Yin Hung was speechless. It was as if this was the first time he had met such a rude person, but he still said in a good mood, I've misspoken, but... He turned to look at I Ching and said, I've really never met him before. Why do you ask, fellow Taoist I Ching? You've really never seen me before? Song Ren looked at him suspiciously. His face was full of disdain. Indeed, I've never seen you before. Yin Hung nodded. You're not pretending, are you? Song Ren looked even more suspicious. He turned to I Ching and said, Exalted immortal, sanctimonious mystic cultivators like them are the best at lying. Don't believe them so easily. Yin Hung looked innocent, but he still explained kindly. Fellow Taoist, I've been in seclusion for decades. This is the first time I've come out. I really don't know you. His name is Song Ren. He accidentally forgot something important, I Ching explained. That's why we want to understand what happened. I see. He nodded. Then he thought of something and suggested, Although I don't know him, there are many mystic cultivators here. What's more, most of them travel all over the world. Why don't I go and ask around? I'm sure there will be some results. Would you be so kind? Before I Ching could speak, Song Ren suddenly snorted. Since fellow Taoist Song is a friend of the exalted masters, I will naturally do my best to help. You make it sound so nice. Song Ren's expression became more and more irritated. He could not help but feel angry. Who knows what you'll do when you get the chance? You don't have to worry about me. Who knows, you might end up in trouble. Fellow Taoist Song, you don't trust me? You have such a detestable face. Why should I trust you? You. Even a clay figurine would get angry. Song Ren's words were so rude that Yin Hung could not help but frown. What, you want to kill me to silence me? Song Ren's expression became even more furious. He was trying hard to suppress something. His whole body was tense, as if he was going to rush out the next moment. His whole body seemed like it was going to explode. Rich ghost. Shening suddenly reached out and patted his shoulder. Song Ren was stunned. His body, which was tense just now, suddenly became like a balloon that had been patted. Something inside of him leaked out completely. He turned to look at Shening, stunned. Exalted? Immortal? Speak properly. Song Ren's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion. Then, he lowered his head and did not continue speaking. Chapter 387. Song Ren and Yin Hung seemed to be at loggerheads. More accurately, Song Ren disliked Yin Hung. If he did not argue with him every time he met him, he would feel uncomfortable. In the past, Yin Hung was busy making arrangements for the mystic cultivators, and did not come to the back hall often. But ever since he started cultivating, he had no choice but to come. His cultivation level was the highest. Naturally, his cultivation technique was different from others. He could only ask Lone Moon and I Ching. He could only go to the back hall again and again. That was why he met Song Ren often. No matter how good Yin Hang's temper was, he was always angered by Song Ren. And Song Ren seemed to like this irritating activity. Even if Yin Hung did not come sometimes, he would purposely go and find some small trouble from time to time. For example, from time to time, he would draw a turtle on his Taoist robe, dig a big hole in his path, break the bed frame when he slept, steal toilet paper when he went to the toilet, and so on. These things were not big, but they all made people go crazy. All the disciples in the sect could hear Yin Hang's exasperated roars from time to time. Song Ren, on the other hand, was enjoying himself. He looked as if he was relieved to see Yin Hung in trouble. Speaking of which, Shening could not help but ask, How much do you hate light bulbs? I don't hate them. Song Ren blinked innocently and said seriously, Exalted immortal, don't worry. I'm not such a narrow-minded person. Oh. Shening tilted her head and pointed at Yin Hung. Then can you take the kettle away from his head first? You've been watering him for so long. He's a light bulb, not a carrot. What if the electricity leaks? I Ching. Lone Moon. Yin Hung, who was drenched. All right, exalted immortal. Song Ren put down the kettle in his hand, looking relaxed. Anyway, he had already drenched himself. Yin Hung wiped the water off his face and conjured a dust removal spell that he had just learned. Only then did his soaked clothes dry. As if already used to a certain someone's prank, he turned and bowed to Lone Moon. Thank you for your guidance, exalted master. I understand now. I'll take my leave first and focus on my cultivation. Go. Lone Moon nodded. Only then did he quickly leave the rear hall with the turtles painted in all sorts of postures and colors, as if he was afraid that Song Ren would follow him. Only then did everyone turn to look at a certain ghost. I didn't do anything. Song Ren hid the kettle behind him and turned to look at the sky. The trio. Do you think we're blind? It wasn't that they didn't try to stop Song Ren, but he was especially stubborn when it came to dealing with Yin Hung. It was useless no matter what he said. Even if he was put in confinement, he would actually imitate the other disciples and cultivate as a ghost immortal. Then he would come out and continue messing with people. They could only watch helplessly as he turned from a coward into a mischievous one. And a very bear-like one at that. You. I Ching glared at him. After a while he sighed and said, forget it. He did not know if it was because of the influence of Radish's illusory body, but even his personality was leaning towards it. What's more, there must be a reason why he disliked Yin Hung so much. Although it was true that Yin Hung did not know him, they could be related in other ways. There must be a cause and effect. It would not be good for them to interfere too much. Exalted immortal. Song Ren suddenly thought of something. His eyes shifted, and he walked towards I Ching awkwardly. He lowered his voice and said, do you think this illusory body of mine is sick? I Ching paused and glanced at him. How can an illusory body be sick? It was an immortal object in the first place, not a mortal body. But his expression became even more complicated. As if he was worried about something, he tugged at the corner of his clothes and said, I feel like my body is different from before. This body was given to me by you. Why don't you examine it for me? Ha! I Ching frowned. Song Ren's soul would produce grievous energy. It would indeed be troublesome for an illusory body to have a problem. So he pointed at Song Ren's brow and retracted his hand after a while. It's fine. How can it be? Song Ren looked shocked. That's impossible. Why don't you take another look? It's really fine. He became even more anxious. He looked at Lone Moon beside him, as if asking for help. Why don't we? If Chef says it's fine, then it's definitely fine. Without waiting for him to speak, Lone Moon said directly, illusory body is a divine technique. He's more knowledgeable about it than I am. But Song Ren's expression became even more strange. His face turned pale, and he looked like he wanted to say something but stopped. What exactly do you want to say? Lone Moon asked. I Ching also saw that his expression was not right. Just say it. Song Ren subconsciously glanced at Shening beside him. Something flashed across his face. He coughed and said, well, can the two exalted immortals step aside and have a word? With that said, without waiting for the two of them to react, he directly pulled one person with each hand and walked out in a hurry. Only a certain person who was chewing on a fruit was left. Shening. Could it be a little secret between men that she could not hear? What exactly is it? I Ching frowned and gave a certain mischievous look at a certain mischievous ghost. Master was too far away. What if he was abducted? Two exalted immortals. Song Ren's expression became even more anxious. There's really something wrong with this illusory body of mine. Especially in the past 2 days, it obviously feels different. How is it different? Song Ren's face was full of confusion. He then opened his mouth and said, replying to exalted immortals, in the past 2 days, my lower body has suddenly felt warm and painful. It's like I want something more. What's the reason? I Ching was stunned. Suddenly, he thought of something and his whole body stiffened. What's the matter, chef? Lone Moon asked subconsciously. Is his condition very serious? No. The corner of I Ching's mouth twitched. After a while he said, his illusory body is made of radishes dandelion. Dandelion? Radishes. Lone Moon, who understood immediately, also stiffened. Instantly, two pairs of eyes swept over a certain unspeakable part of Song-ren. A century-long silence. What's the matter? Song-ren suddenly felt a little cold in his lower body. He subconsciously covered it. Thinking that he could not hide his illness for fear of treatment, he gritted his teeth and said, can't you diagnose it without seeing it for yourself? Why don't I let you take a look? They were all men anyway. With that said, he pulled on the top of his pants and was about to pull it down. Stop. The two of them reached out at the same time and pressed his hand down. We're not that close. Don't learn from Radish on this. Then what should we do? Don't worry, it's fine. I Ching's expression became even more strange. Your illusory body has always been like this. It's very normal. You'll get used to it. That's right, that's right. Lone Moon nodded vigorously. This is a normal phenomenon. But, no buts. We'll just pull it out after a few days. Yes, maybe we can even refine pills for the disciples to eat. Song-ren. Pull it out? Refine pills? Eat. Are you demons? Chapter 388. Ever since the conversation about the illusory body, Song-ren had been quiet for a few days. He was not in the mood to cause trouble for Yin Hung. Instead, he hid the moment he saw I Ching and Lone Moon. He even covered his lower body. That terrified expression made it seem as if they were going to do something to him in the next moment. His eyes were filled with resentment. Hey. What do you mean by that look of yours? Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He could not help but grab him back. Even if that thing of yours grows out, we're not interested, all right? We don't lack it. Don't lack it? Song-ren's eyes widened. What did he mean? Did he pluck a lot of it before? That thing of yours, we have a pile of it in our warehouse. Radish had to pluck it every once in a while. A pile? Song-ren's eyes were filled with even more fear. Even his legs began to tremble. That's enough. Do you really think we care about that thing of yours? You have a whole warehouse of it, and you still say you don't care? Since it's already grown on your body, you can do whatever you want with it. Whether you give it to someone or refine it into pills, we can't be bothered. But let me remind you, after you pluck it, if you do not preserve it with sorcery, you have to refine it into pills within 3 days. Otherwise, you can't eat the pills you refine. Eat. Plucking and eating. Beast. Song-ren felt a chill in his lower body. He felt waves of illusory pain. You bunch of devils. With that said, he flung Lone Moon's hand away and ran out. He did not even notice Yin Hung, who was walking right in front of him. In an instant he disappeared. Lone Moon. I Ching. Shining. Why are you looking at me? Lone Moon turned back and glared at the master and disciple. Did I say anything wrong? No. The master and disciple both shook their heads. Pluck rice, cook, you're rich, you're right. 3 exalted masters. Yin Hung, who had just entered, looked confused. Fellow Taoist Song, what's wrong? Maybe it's the rebellious phase? Lone Moon replied casually. He glanced at him and asked, what's the matter? It was only then that Yin Hung remembered his purpose. He quickly handed the letter in his hand to Lone Moon and said excitedly, it's like this, exalted master. I've just received an urgent report from the mystic sect. At the border of the north, I've discovered a strange remnant soul. Moreover, it seemed to be heading their way. This disciple was thinking that since everyone has cultivated for so long, could it be possible? You want those people from the sect to deal with the remnant souls? Lone Moon frowned. Yes. Yin Hung nodded, looking even more excited. Everyone's goal in changing their cultivation was to get rid of deviant ghosts and bring peace to the world. Why don't we take this opportunity to bring everyone along? No. They've just learned how to draw chi into their bodies. They haven't even reached foundation establishment yet. He hadn't even learned many spells, yet he wanted to deal with remnant souls, and a large group of them at that. Are they going to redeem the souls or send themselves to their deaths? Yin Hung was stumped. He knew that this was a little risky, but if we leave the remnant souls alone, what if they attack other commoner cities again? What should we do? I'll go with Chef. They were just remnant souls. They must not affect their cultivation of the sword. Yin Heng's expression changed. He looked like he was in a difficult position. A sliver of hesitation flashed across his face. After a while he said, I naturally believe in the abilities of the two exalted masters. It's just that everyone has been cultivating for a period of time. Although exalted master taught us everything, and the disciples were impressed. But after all, we haven't really fought each other. As time passes, He stopped halfway through his sentence. His face looked worried and guilty at the same time. Lone Moon was stunned for a moment. Then he understood what he meant. He had indeed neglected a problem, the human heart. Previously, they made such a high-profile appearance, and even specially prepared an immortal palace to raise their profile. That was to make this completely devoid of cultivators believe that immortal cultivation did indeed exist. In these few months, everyone had indeed been won over by drawing chi into their bodies and all kinds of sword techniques. But all this was built on the assumption that cultivation would allow them to better deal with deviant ghosts. They had never seen it with their own eyes. In other words, everything was still in the theoretical stage. They had been building a cart behind closed doors, without actually putting it into action. It was fine at the beginning, but as time passed, everyone might start to suspect something. When that happened, the hearts of the people would not be united. That would definitely affect their cultivation. I understand. Lone Moon nodded. It was indeed time to bring them out to see the world. Later, ask Siyu to choose a few people who are familiar with using spirit chi. Together with you, they will follow us to the north. Yes, exalted master. Yin Hung heaved a sigh of relief and turned to leave. Siyu chose 7 people. Most of them were at the 6th or 7th stage of chi refinement. They were all very young. Their bone ages ranged from 10 to 20 years old. Thinking about it carefully, it was normal. The younger they were, the less impurities in their bodies. Naturally, their spirit chi would flow more smoothly. Lone Moon had never thought of letting them become his helpers. They were only following to test out the effects of cultivation. In other words, they were going to use it to advertise. Thus, he gave them a few simple instructions. Then, he summoned his flying Dharma artifact and flew towards the north that Yin Hung had mentioned. Everyone was obviously excited, especially when they saw the wooden boat that Lone Moon had casually thrown out. Instantly, it turned into a spirit boat and carried everyone up into the sky. They were stunned for a full 15 minutes before they dared to move around on the spirit boat. Their eyes were shining brightly. Considering that they were all chi refinement disciples, if they flew too fast, they might not be able to withstand the spiritual pressure on the spirit boat. Lone Moon had no choice but to slow down. The group of 10 flew for an entire day before they reached the north. From afar they could see a desolate land. The ground looked as if it had been roasted by fire. It was pitch black and charred. Looking around, there was not a single bit of green. It looked especially bleak. Lone Moon used his divine perception to scan the area. Then he steered the spirit boat towards the west, where the yin chi was the thickest. The further they flew, the darker the sky became. In a short while, even though it was a bright sunny day, everything around them had turned gray. They could faintly hear the shrill cries of ghosts in front of them. It was especially piercing. It's deviant ghosts. The deviant ghosts are right in front of us. A disciple shouted. Lone Moon landed directly and kept the spirit boat. It was already very dark around them. A large amount of bone-chilling yin chi swept towards the crowd, blotting out the sky. The ghostly cries seemed to be right beside their ears. They were even clearer now. Everyone panicked. One by one, they took out their swords and looked in front of them, with some trepidation and fear. Calm down. Lone Moon turned back and reminded them. Follow the way you usually practice using your spirit chi. Activate your spirit chi. Everyone was stunned. One by one, they followed his instructions. Indeed, in the next moment, the bone-chilling yin chi dissipated completely. Their bodies quickly warmed up. Their bodies seemed to have an additional layer of protection. The yin chi was directly blocked. Chapter 389. It's useful. Everyone's fear was swept away, and their eyes were filled with excitement. In the past, they had to use countless talismans to expel the yin chi. But just now they had just circulated their spiritual chi, and they could not feel it at all. With spirit chi protecting your body, ghosts and spirits won't be able to harm you. Lone Moon explained. As long as you release your spirit chi, those remnant souls won't be able to hurt you. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone became even more excited. In the next moment, the huge group of remnant souls was already flying towards them. Along with a series of shrill ghost cries, a group of inky black things surged toward them. One could even faintly see a terrifying shadow within them. Looking at the number of remnant souls, it seemed to be even more than the previous wave of attacks. I Ching frowned and stepped forward, about to conjure a seal. Wait! Lone Moon suddenly pulled him back, and turned to face Yin Heng. Let him come. Yin Heng paused. Even the golden light of merit on his body shook. His eyes widened in disbelief. Did he hear wrongly? Yes. Lone Moon nodded. Since they were going to advertise, they naturally had to find someone to support them. Didn't I teach you about the reincarnation array? The corner of Yin Heng's mouth twitched. But you just taught me yesterday? He had not even started practicing. Did he have to be so fast? All the best. Lone Moon patted him on the shoulder. You have the highest cultivation level out of everyone here. I have high hopes for you. Are you sure you're not trying to trick me? Those remnant souls had already pounced over, and the light around them was instantly swallowed up. It was as if they were immersed in ink, and a series of ear-piercing ghost cries cut through their eardrums like knives. The hearts of all the disciples tightened, but they found that there was no damage to their bodies. It was just as Lone Moon had said. With the protection of spirit chi, ghosts and spirits could not invade. Yin Heng gritted his teeth. He had no choice but to bite the bullet. Recalling the spell that Lone Moon had taught her yesterday, she used all the spirit chi in her body to form a seal, and recited a series of complicated spells. In an instant, a golden light flashed in his hand, and a familiar formation appeared under his feet. However, it only flashed for a moment before disappearing again. Yin Heng took a deep breath, conjured another seal, and recited once more. However, just like the last time, the array formation collapsed as soon as it appeared. He tried 4 to 5 times without success, and his forehead was covered in sweat. Maintain the balance of the formation's spirit chi. I Ching couldn't stand it anymore and reminded her. If they wasted any more time, they wouldn't be able to make it back in time to make dinner for Master. Yin Heng paused. His eyes brightened as if he had figured something out. Thank you, exalted Master, for your guidance. Then, he took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began to visualize the formation in his mind. Then, he circulated his spiritual chi, and began to form hand seals inch by inch, chanting an incantation. The next moment, the formation finally took shape, and it grew larger and larger. In just a short while, it had spread to everyone's feet. The yin chi in the surroundings dissipated, and the phantoms that had been attacking everyone slowly calmed down, turning back into white transparent figures. Their expressions also became serene. A moment later, it turned into wisps of green smoke and disappeared. After all, Yin Heng was only a soul formation cultivator. Naturally, his spirit power could not compare to I Ching's. In addition, there were more remnant souls this time around. He had to divide them 6 times before he could send all the remnant souls into the river of forgetfulness. Since it was his first time setting up an array, and he wasn't very familiar with the control of his spiritual energy, he had almost used up all the spiritual energy in his body after just a few large-scale reincarnation arrays. He placed his hands on his knees and took a few deep breaths. But his expression was one of excitement that he had never shown before. He even looked like he wanted to do it again. For the first time, he understood that remnant souls could be handled like this. It was different from the heavy and repressed feeling he had when he saw mystic cultivators dealing with deviant ghosts in the past. This time, he could clearly feel that those remnant souls had really returned to where they belonged. Even though his spiritual energy was almost depleted, he felt a sense of satisfaction and peace of mind that he had never felt before. It was as if he was not watching the remnant souls disappear, but witnessing their rebirth. This was the true rebirth. The other disciples also looked excited and in disbelief, looking at the surroundings that had brightened up again. Their eyes were filled with starlight. In the past, hundreds or even thousands of mystic cultivators were needed to deal with deviant ghosts. Now only one person was needed. What's more, in less than 5 minutes, they were completely dealt with without any casualties. So the so-called cultivators were this powerful. If they continued to cultivate like this, they would not have to worry about not dealing with deviant ghosts. World peace was just around the corner. In fact, perhaps it was not impossible to ascend to immortality that the exalted masters talked about. For a moment, all the disciples present were silent in the shock just now. But Lo Moon frowned. He turned to look at the north, which was still filled with Yin Qi. Over there, go back? I Ching asked. Then he added, it's night. I'm going back to cook. The corner of Lo Moon's mouth twitched. You make it sound like you did not prepare food for a certain foodie. He took out the small wooden boat from just now and threw it into the air. With a spell in his hand, it turned into a huge spirit boat. Everyone get on the boat. Let's go back. Yes, exalted master. Everyone answered respectfully. Then they walked towards the spirit boat excitedly. I Ching was about to get on the boat too. Suddenly, he felt a chill behind him. A wind blew past his ears. He was startled, and a sword chi slashed behind him. In the next moment, there was a loud bang. A crack appeared on the ground instantly, but it did not hit anything. In an instant, a gray aura filled the sky. It rushed towards the people on the spirit boat with a violent aura. Grievance. Lo Moon was shocked. Their spirit chi could block the Yin Qi, but it could not block the grievance. Seeing that the grievance was about to swallow them up, an array formed in his hand. A golden light enveloped everyone on the spirit boat, blocking the grievance that filled the sky. Heaven Master Yin Hung. A disciple on the boat suddenly cried out. Lo Moon's heart sank. He turned and realized that Yin Hung had not gotten on the boat yet, and the grievance had completely wrapped him up. He waved his hand, and a sword chi flew in that direction. His original intention was to disperse the grievance. But before the sword chi landed, the grievance suddenly disappeared, along with Yin Hung who was inside. What happened? Where did he go? Over there. I Ching turned to look towards the north. He immediately rode on his sword and chased after him. Lo Moon frowned. Once again, he strengthened a few layers of array formations around the spirit boat. We're going to save people. You guys go back first. With that said, he waved his hand. The entire spirit boat flew up and flew in the direction of the sect. He summoned his spirit sword. Just as he was about to ride on his sword to chase after I Ching, a red light suddenly lit up beside him. Something trembled at his waist. It was the transmission talisman he had left for Siyu. He quickly took it out and sent a bit of spirit chi into it. In the next moment, Siyu's image appeared above the talisman, her face full of anxiety. Elder Lo Moon, bad news. Sect Master. Sect Master is missing. What? W. Chapter 390. What's going on? Lo Moon's expression was one of rage. Indeed, they would get lost the moment they were not looking. Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on that person with no sense of direction? What did you do? No. Siyu became even more anxious. We were indeed keeping an eye on Sect Master. But Sect Master just disappeared right in front of our eyes. Disappeared? He frowned. After a long while he said, all right, I got it. Keep an eye on the disciples in the sect. Chef and I will be back in a while. Yes. Lone Moon put away the transmission talisman. His frown deepened. Although Shening was not reliable, she could not have left on her own, after promising them to stay put. What's more, Siyu's words suggested that something must have happened to her. Lone Moon pondered for a moment, and hurriedly rode his sword in the direction of Chef. Chef did not go far. In less than a quarter of an hour he saw Shening. Yun Hung, who had disappeared into the grievous aura, was also intercepted by him. He was now setting up a sword array to trap the grievous aura that was trying to escape. He seemed to want to dispel the grievous aura and was casting a spell. Chef. Lone Moon hurriedly landed and said, Shening disappeared. What? I Ching turned around abruptly. Sword intent exploded from his body. Even the spirit sword that had been well controlled in the air fell with a swoosh. Aoo. The person who had just been wrapped in resentment let out a pained cry as he was struck by the sword, which directly stabbed into his leg. The resentment that could not be dispersed for a long time was instantly sliced clean by the soaring sword chi. Yun Hung, who was in so much pain that he was gasping for breath. Ow 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 ow. What's wrong with Master? I Ching asked Lone Moon anxiously. I'm not sure yet. Siyu said that she suddenly disappeared in front of us. Lone Moon shook his head. I Ching's expression darkened. His entire body was filled with cold chi. Why was there always a little bitch trying to steal Master from him? Let's go back. With that he mounted his sword. Wait. Lone Moon pulled him back. Don't rush. You know Shening. If she doesn't want to, no one can move her. She disappeared in such a strange manner, the only possibility is that she discovered something. I Ching frowned. He calmed down and thought for a moment before saying, the only strange thing about this realm are those deviant ghosts. Could it be that Master's disappearance has something to do with them? Lone Moon also thought of this point. The remnant souls in this small world are indeed shocking. Father Nyo, Master has a communication talisman on her. Can you contact her? Even a communication amulet won't work on her with that shielding attribute of hers. It's not like I haven't tried it before. Any communication amulet. Wait. He suddenly thought of something and looked at the wristband on his hand. His eyes lit up. I remember that there's a work report function in this wristband. I can contact the manager directly. As he spoke, he immediately tapped on the wristband on his wrist. At least he did not waste a month of reading the user manual. A moment later, a light screen popped up. Shening, who was sitting on something and eating snacks like a hamster, appeared on the light screen. I Ching. Lone Moon. Sure enough, his worries were unnecessary. As Chef Father Nyo? Shenying's hand paused. She stuffed the last piece of snack into her mouth, and then clapped her hands. Why is it you guys? The communication device suddenly rang. She was shocked. She thought it was Big Sis. Master, are you alright? I Ching asked anxiously. I'm fine. She tilted her head. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. Where are you? He looked closely around her, but could only see a patch of gray. He could not tell where she was. I don't know. Shening shook her head. I've never been to this place. Stay where you are and don't move. We'll come to find you immediately. Lone Moon did not expect this directionless person to tell him the direction. He directly operated on the light screen to check for her location. As he operated, he also gave Chef a look. The two of them summoned their spirit swords at the same time. They were about to set off to find her. 2. Exalted Masters. A slightly weak voice suddenly sounded behind them. Yun Hung, who could finally speak, raised a hand weakly. I'm here too. Did you forget something? For example, him. The two of them paused. Shit. They really did forget. I Ching then walked over quickly. He scanned him from head to toe, especially the spirit sword stuck in his leg. He frowned and casually pulled it out. Then, he conjured a seal to heal the wound on his leg. With a look of disapproval he reminded, your swordsmanship is not good enough. Don't casually summon a spirit sword to play with. Yun Hung. Winky face play? Who was the one who stuck this sword in? Father Nyo, where is Master? I Ching directly lifted Yun Hung onto his own sword, and turned to look at Lone Moon. A line of red words suddenly popped up on Loneman's light screen. Insufficient authority. Unable to search. Shit. Lone Moon suddenly wanted to spit out a mouthful of old blood. What the hell was this authority? He could only give up on locating Shening. He directly asked the person in front of him. Shening, describe what's around you. Shening opened her mouth and said, smog. It's quite serious. Nonsense. Don't use such a general description. Do you think this is the imperial capital? Say something with a signature. Oh. Shening finally looked around and said lazily, I'm sitting on a rock. There's a tree beside me, the kind without leaves. What else? The temperature here is a little low. There's a lot of noise from afar. She suddenly tilted her head and said, there seems to be a few figures in front. They've been standing there like idiots for a long time. Who are they? What kind of clothes are they wearing? I can't see clearly. I already said there's smog. Visibility is very low. Then why don't you walk over and take a look? So troublesome. Shut up. The anger that Lone Moon had been suppressing for a long time suddenly exploded. Who am I doing this for? Besides you, father. Neo. Before he could finish, I Ching suddenly tapped his shoulder. What? I Ching's expression was a little strange. I might know where Master is. What? Lone Moon was shocked. Where is she? How did you find her? The corner of I Ching's mouth twitched. His expression became even more strange. After a while, he raised his hand and pointed in front of him. There. Subconsciously, he looked in the direction that Shening was pointing. But the Inchi around them was too heavy. All he could see was a gray land. I Ching conjured a wind seal out of goodwill. Instantly, a gust of wind swept past, blowing away the thick Inchi in front of him. A few hundred meters away, a familiar figure was sitting on a large black rock with his legs crossed, swaying back and forth. Lone Moon felt something in his mind. Suddenly it snapped. An angry roar rang through the clouds. Shun. Ing. Would it kill you to make a F***king sound? She did it on purpose. She definitely did it. Wait a minute. What did she say just now? There were rocks and trees around them. And there were 3 idiots standing in front of them. Flip's table. For all. Tell me clearly. Who's the idiot? Chapter 391. 5 minutes later. Why are you here? Lone Moon suppressed the urge to beat her up and scanned her from head to toe. She was perfectly fine. Siyu had only spoken to him for less than 10 minutes. But she suddenly appeared here thousands of miles away. Oh, someone dragged me here. Shening tilted her head. Who? Shening paused and turned to look at Yin Hung beside her. She took a bite of the fruit that Chef handed to her and said, maybe it's Rich Ghost? Rich. Songren. Lone Moon was shocked. Wasn't he called Mischievous Ghost? Why did he bring you here? Song Run was a ghost, and he carried grievous energy. Chef said before that his grievous energy was easily influenced by remnant souls. The last time the remnant souls attacked the city, his grievous energy exploded once. I don't know. Shening shook her head. Then where is he? I don't know. Shening continued to shake her head. Holy shit. You don't know anything, but you came here so obediently? Where's your intelligence? Did I eat all of it? Shening shook her hands. After a while she said, isn't he moldy again? I can't just ignore him. Didn't she just miss him? Moldy? What did she mean? Lone Moon was confused. I Ching beside him thought of something and asked. Master is saying. Song Ren's grievous energy exploded again. Chef frowned. He thought about how Yin Heng's grievous energy disappeared suddenly. That meant that Master suddenly appeared here, because of grievous energy too. And from this distance, Song Ren's grievous energy seemed even thicker than before. But why didn't Song Ren's grievous energy have this ability to pull people over from thousands of miles away? Unless it was because of this place. He looked at the surging Inchi around them, and turned to the person beside him. Yin Hung. What kind of place is this northern land? Why is the Inchi still not dissipating even though the remnant souls have entered samsara? Yin Heng paused and answered honestly. Well, I don't know the exact reason. It's just that it's been like this since ancient times. It's said that because it's located in a cold area, it easily attracts evil spirits. That's why the yin qi never dissipates. Originally, the northern region wasn't this big, but as time passed, the yin qi became denser and denser, and the number of evil spirits also increased. By the way, he suddenly thought of something and continued. Legend has it that most of the evil spirits here didn't eat people. Just that a few hundred years ago, man-eating deviant ghosts suddenly appeared. Pu Xian ancestor then created Xianmen, and completely drove them to this place. He sighed, and a trace of pity flashed in his eyes. After a while he continued. But after that, more and more deviant ghosts appeared, and the area of the northern region became larger and larger. In the end, it became like this. Why are you suddenly asking this? Lone Moon could not help but ask. What are you thinking about? I Ching frowned and explained his guess. If those deviant ghosts can affect Song Run, then the grievous energy in his body, it might have something to do with the northern region. Lone Moon understood as well. He turned to look at Yin Heng. Where was the place in the north that attracted the evil ghosts and spirits in the beginning? It's in the deepest part of the north. Yin Heng pointed ahead. Lone Moon and I Ching exchanged a look and nodded in unison. Let's go take a look. Whether it was to find out the truth, or to find that mischievous ghost. The direction that Yin Heng pointed was where the yin qi was the thickest. I Ching brought Shening with him, and Lone Moon pulled Yin Heng with him. They directly flew in on their swords. The deeper they flew, the darker their surroundings became. The yin qi was shockingly thick, and they could even faintly see one or two remnant souls floating past. They were clearly in the human realm, but it felt like they were in the underworld. In fact, the yin qi here was even thicker than in the underworld. Lone Moon's heart sank. Why was there such a place in the human realm? What was going on? Before he could think about it, he suddenly felt the weight on his back lighten. Aya! He did not know if he was not used to it, but Yin Heng, who was originally standing on his sword, suddenly screamed and suddenly fell headfirst. Before Lone Moon could react, he had already fallen to the ground. Fortunately, he did not fly too high. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. How could he fall from his sword? This fellow was definitely the most embarrassing soul formation cultivator he had ever seen. Hey, are you alright? I'm fine. Yin Heng rubbed his face and crawled up from the ground. A look of confusion flashed across his eyes. If you can't stand properly, just tell me. I'll set up an array. Exalted Master, it's not that. Yin Heng shook his head. Just now, I think someone pushed me. What? Lone Moon was stunned. Just as he was about to go down to pick him up, he saw that there was a sudden movement under his feet. Be careful. He immediately produced a stream of spirit qi, which directly tied up the person on the ground and pulled him up. The next moment, there was a series of swishing sounds. Suddenly, rows of densely packed thorns appeared where he was just standing. Each of them emanated a cold yin qi that could easily repel any kind of spirit qi. Yin Heng was shocked, and his whole body froze. If Lone Moon had been one step slower just now, he would have been pierced into a skewer by now. There are no fluctuations of array formations here. I Ching used his divine perception to scan the area and shook his head. There are no strange auras either. Lone Moon frowned. So this was just a simple mechanism? And Yin Heng was so unlucky to encounter it. Lone Moon did not pay much attention to it at first. But then, the deeper they flew, Yin Heng seemed to be possessed by the god of misfortune. Wherever he went, he was met with misfortune. One moment he fell into the mud. The next moment he crashed into the stone walls. The next moment, he was burned by deviant flames that fell from the sky. Even the remnant souls that floated around occasionally, completely unconscious, would suddenly turn around and kill him, giving him a shock. If not for Lone Moon keeping a close eye on him, he would have fallen to his death countless times. The most important thing was that these disasters seemed to only target him. The other three were completely fine. Not even a single strand of their hair was messed up. until he fell from the sword for the 101st time. Lone Moon subconsciously conjured a seal to catch the person in midair. It was almost a conditioned reflex to save him. He was just about to pull him up. Beside him, Chef's expression suddenly changed. Father Nyo. In the next moment, several streaks of sword chi were thrown in the direction of the two. Only a few clanging sounds could be heard. Something was bounced off by the sword chi. Lone Moon took a closer look and realized that there was suddenly a lot of black gas around them. It was attacking the few of them with a somewhat violent aura. Grievous energy again. Because the yin chi was too thick, he actually did not notice it at first. His heart sank. Instantly, he set up an array around the few of them. Compared to the attack that only targeted Yun Hung just now, this grievous energy was obviously not different. There was more and more grievous energy around them. Faintly, they could also hear the shrill cries of ghosts. Quick, look down! Yun Hung, who was pulled back by Lone Moon, pointed to the ground with a pale face. The few of them looked down. They saw that in the originally charred wasteland, a large number of illusory figures suddenly floated out continuously. Their appearances were each more horrifying than the last. Remnant souls, I Ching exclaimed. Chapter 392. Why did so many remnant souls suddenly appear underground? They had only seen one or two along the way. It looked like they were being summoned by the grievous energy. More and more remnant souls emerged from the ground, even more than the previous 2 times. What's more, there were more and more. The ghostly cries were so shrill that it seemed like they were going to pierce their ears. Yun Heng's body swayed. He looked like he could not hold on any longer. Lone Moon immediately conjured a seal, isolating the sound. Thank you, exalted master. Yun Heng's face finally looked better. He looked at the increasing number of remnant souls in front of him and took a deep breath. I will set up an array now and send them into samsara. Wait. He was just about to conjure a seal when Lone Moon stopped him. There are too many of them. You can't handle them. He did not need you to advertise. He directly carried Yun Hung behind his sword and conjured a seal with both hands. In the next moment, a huge reincarnation array appeared under his feet, instantly extending for several kilometers. The yin chi around them dissipated. All the hideous remnant souls slowly became peaceful again. But they did not disappear. Instead, the yin chi surged up again, and they became hideous again. Lone Moon was stunned. What's going on? There was nothing wrong with the array. I Ching, however, was stunned. Could it be? He directly activated his assistant's authority and looked around. His eyes widened. The river of forgetfulness is gone. What? Lone Moon was shocked. He subconsciously sensed his assistant's seal. Nothing changed in front of him. It was pitch black everywhere. There was indeed no sign of the river of forgetfulness. Could it be that there are blind spots in the river of forgetfulness? But there were none here. I think. Shunning suddenly raised her hand and said, maybe you should use a wide angle. What? The two of them paused. After a while they understood. They released their divine perception and scanned the distance. In the next moment their expressions froze. Holy shit. What the hell? They saw that in a 500-kilometer radius, there were golden rivers everywhere. But those rivers did not flow smoothly from top to bottom. Instead, it was as if it had been cut into countless segments, becoming segments of different lengths. Moreover, they were floating everywhere. Some were on the ground, some were floating in midair, some were standing upright like pillars, and some were twisting like fried dough twists. This didn't look like the river of forgetfulness at all. It looked more like a jigsaw puzzle that was missing many pieces. What's going on here? Lone Moon looked confused. He had never seen such a chaotic river of forgetfulness. Was Shorty on strike? With such a chaotic river of forgetfulness, even if he wanted to restore it, he wouldn't know where to start. Perhaps there will be an answer there. I Ching suddenly pointed to a place in front of them, where golden light flashed. Lone Moon looked at it seriously, and realized that it was the source of all the chaotic river of forgetfulness. It should be a part of the main branch of the river of forgetfulness that flowed into this small world. It was also the deepest part of the northern region that Yin Hung had mentioned. Chef, you lead the way. Let's take a look. Lo Moon said. I Ching nodded and summoned his sword will. With a dragon's roar, a huge white dragon made of sword chi appeared. It broke through the thick grievous energy and the densely packed remnant souls, clearing a path for them. Only then did the few of them fly out and go straight into the depths. They were very fast. In less than a moment, they arrived at the place where the golden light of the river of forgetfulness was the brightest. They landed and looked around. Apart from the fact that the yin qi was a little thicker, they didn't find anything unusual. Shening. Lo Moon nudged the person beside him. Do you see anything wrong? Why did she feel that something was wrong? Oh, this place should be. She stopped mid-sentence. An inexplicable emotion flashed across her eyes. She tilted her head and said, I don't know. What the hell was shouldn't know? You freaking know. Father Neo, I believe you. She made a heart gesture. Get lost. Lo Moon glared at her. He thought for a moment and brought up a light screen. He recalled the contents of the instruction manual that was hundreds of gigabytes long. Then he started to operate it slowly. A moment later, rows of data appeared on the screen. He took out a notebook and looked at the notes as he compared them. The more he looked, the darker his expression became. His brows were almost knitted together. Why is the data of this place so messy? What's going on? I Ching asked. This place is different from other places. The data seems to be inverted. If he remembered correctly, I Ching stared blankly. I Ching was stunned. He didn't quite understand what the data meant. He closed his eyes and released his divine perception to sense the aura around him. After a while, his eyes widened in surprise. All kinds of auras are intertwined here, including spirit chi. By right, spirit chi and yin chi and ghost chi were mutually exclusive. In such a heavy yin chi, there shouldn't be spirit chi. But not only was there seemed to be immortal chi mixed in. Two exalted masters, what do you mean? Yin Hung was confused. He took a step forward and was about to ask in detail when his bad luck kicked in. He suddenly tripped and fell forward. Just as he was about to hit the ground, Shening, who was standing the furthest away, suddenly appeared beside him and pulled him up. Light bulb, don't smash it. It'll break. Ha! Before Yin Hung could react, he heard a crack under his feet. There was the sound of something cracking. Suddenly, a white light shone from a meter away from his side, which was also the place where he was about to fall. It seemed to tear apart the darkness around them. It became brighter and brighter. In an instant, it surrounded the four of them. Shening sighed softly. Aya, there was a misty white light around them. In front of them, there was a faint image of an immortal mountain. Illusion. Lone Moon recognized this sorcery immediately. He subconsciously conjured a seal to break this illusion. Wait. I Ching stopped him. He looked around and said, There's no killing intent in this illusion. It doesn't seem like it's trying to trap us. Instead, it seemed like it was trying to tell them something. Lo Moon then put down his hand. After some thought, he conjured several streams of spirit chi and wrapped them around their wrists to prevent them from getting separated. Especially a certain person who had a terrible sense of direction. He purposely made 2 more rounds. In a short while, the white light in front of them finally dissipated. They were suddenly in another world. The scene in front of them became clearer. When they saw everything in front of them, their eyes narrowed. Holy shit! This was a place with thick spirit chi. There were spirit herbs and spirit plants everywhere. There were floating peaks filled with spirit chi in the air. However, in the middle of those floating peaks, there was a huge hole. The sky seemed to have been smashed open. Everything around them was being sucked in crazily. It was as if the whole world was going to be swallowed up. Lone Moon and I Ching's heart sank. They cried out in surprise at the same time. Plane crack. There's also a storm. Shening suddenly added slowly. Chapter 393. What? Loman's heart tightened. So this was a plane storm. He had heard Kai Tian mention before that plane storms were scarier than plane cracks. If they were not dealt with in time, they would grow bigger and bigger until they affected the entire plane. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and fix it. Father Neo, this is an illusion. I Ching reminded him. Lomun stopped in his tracks. Shit, he almost forgot. Wait. If these were all illusions in the illusion, how can an illusion of a plane storm be created here? By right, the things that appeared in the illusion were set up by the person who set up the array to confuse people. But only the three of them and Meng Pa knew about planes. How could the other party set up an illusion of a real plane storm, just based on imagination? Unless the other party had really seen it before. So, this planar storm isn't fake. It happened here before. I Ching thought of this as well. His heart sank as he looked at the black hole in the sky seriously. A plane storm actually appeared in this small world before. How was it dealt with? Before he could think about it, an anxious voice came from behind him. Uncle Master. In the next moment, two figures flew over, one in front and one behind. As if they could not see them, they flew past them. Their cultivation levels were not low. They stopped about 10 meters in front of them. Uncle Master, it's too dangerous here. Let's go back and inform Sect Master and the others first. The man on the left looked at the hole in the sky and suggested anxiously. It's too late. The other person shook his head. If we don't block this hole, it will get bigger and bigger. It will drag the entire world in. But, Disciple Nephew Chui, hurry and inform the sect. Evacuate the residents within a radius of 50 kilometers. I'll go block it first. With that said, the person turned and flew in the direction of the plane storm. Uncle Master. The other person clenched his fists by his side. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and go back to inform the sect. The person stopped about 10 meters away from the storm. He steadied himself and began to conjure a seal with his hands. In an instant, a huge array appeared in front of him and flew towards the hole. It seemed to be trying to seal the hole that kept swallowing everything around it. However, it was a planar storm after all. How could he deal with it? The array formation collapsed in less than a second. That person changed a few more array formations, but none of them worked. Instead, it caused the hole in the sky to grow larger and larger. Although he knew that these were probably images that had already happened, Lone Moon could not help but be curious about how this plane storm was resolved by him. Sure enough, after a short while, when the man had tried dozens of spells to no avail, he clenched his fists and stood in the air for a while. Suddenly, as if he had made up his mind about something, he clenched his teeth and summoned a spirit sword, and directly stabbed it into his chest. Holy shit! Lone Moon was shocked by his sudden move. Was he going to give up because he couldn't make up for it? However, in the next moment, the blood in his chest suddenly gushed out like a fountain, as if it was drawn by something. In an instant it gathered into a huge blood array. Only when the last drop of blood flowed out did his figure fall, but a translucent phantom floated out from his body. He still maintained the posture of forming the seal. This was dual cultivation of soul and magic. Amazing! The array was activated, and red light filled the sky. The white shadow and the sky full of red light formed a strange scene. Even the pitch-black plane gap behind them was reflected in a sea of red. Lone Moon's eyes widened, and he looked in disbelief at the person who had stabbed him without hesitation. He was going to sacrifice his soul. Wasn't this a little too desperate? In order to block that hole, he was sacrificing his own soul. But that was a plane storm. Even so, he might not be able to look at the river of forgetfulness. I Ching suddenly reminded. Lone Moon was stunned and subconsciously looked down. The river of forgetfulness in the illusion was normal. But the moment the array was activated, the originally calm surface of the river suddenly began to move violently. It constantly set off layers of golden waves and finally, as if it was drawn by something, it turned into countless golden lights and gathered towards the array. In a short while, the originally red sacrifice soul array turned into a sheet of golden light and flew towards that hole. He wants to use the power of the river of forgetfulness to block that hole. Lone Moon finally understood his plan. But only Mengpa could control the river of forgetfulness. No wonder he wanted to sacrifice his own soul. But even so, he was afraid that the blood array that had turned golden had already completely covered the hole in the sky. But it still did not completely block it. Instead, the suction from inside that swallowed everything became stronger and stronger. And even the array was beginning to distort. That person's soul was already becoming fainter and fainter, and could not hold on for much longer. He gritted his teeth, and his hand seal changed. As the earth shook, the river of forgetfulness below was suddenly cut off, and slowly rose into the sky, and surged directly into the array. Finally, the hole in the plane storm began to shrink, and the pitch-black hole slowly closed in towards the center. But that person was already at his limit, and his figure was about to disappear. If this went on, before the hole was sealed, the entire array would collapse. At this critical moment, suddenly there was a cry from below. Help! Perhaps because of the movement of the array just now, a figure in green suddenly entered the gravitational range of the plane storm, and was hugging a tree with all his might, trying to climb out. The person in the sky could no longer hold on, and a trace of pain flashed across his eyes. As if he had made a decision, he directly sent a ray of spirit chi over, and pulled that person over. The person who was pulled over suddenly paused. Thank you, you're saving. I'm sorry. Before the other person could finish speaking, that person suddenly closed his eyes, as if he could not bear to watch, and sent a ray of spirit chi towards the other person's heart. The other person did not even have time to react, and his soul was directly shaken out. That person's hand turned, and the other person's soul immediately turned into spots of fluorescent light, and entered his almost transparent body. After fusing with the other person's soul, his virtual shadow finally became a little more solid. He continued to make seals, and the array once again shone with golden light. The hole that had already shrunk closed even faster. In less than 7 minutes, the hole in the plane storm that could swallow the heavens and the earth finally disappeared. And the soul of that person who set up the array was already so thin that it could not be seen. Finally, with a ding, it turned into spots of fluorescent light, one on the left, one on the right, and directly returned to the river of forgetfulness below. I Ching, Lone Moon, Yun Hung. Did they just witness a tragic salvation of the world? The few people who were watching the show were silent for a while. Before they could sort out their emotions, the scene in front of them changed again. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.